good evening to everyone in the chat as well as my co-hosts. How you doing tonight, Foster?
All right, Mr. Peach. Hope you're well. How you doing, Walt?
I'm doing good, guys. It's good to see you all again.
Cool. I
Absolutely,
see in the
man.
chat we got an early start. You got. I know we're starting later than normal, but we have Antmas in the chat, Jay Grizz, Doug Van Dorn, Jason UK, Foster Covers. Uh, I'm finding. I'm looking. I'm
J2K,
looking.
Cliff
Leo
Victoria.
Factor One, James Ford, Jay Grizz, J2K, Steve S, King Buka World,
Yeah.
PZ, Cliff Victoria. Good to see you guys. If I miss someone, I apologize, but thank you all for joining us in the chat. James Hunter, what's happening?
Eric Christensen.
All right, Eric, I missed you. My bad.
We get them all in there when we can, man.
Oh, yeah, we try to get you guys. I mean, we appreciate you guys spending your Thursday evenings with us. Thank you very much. Shorty's not here tonight because he has some work to do. He has a big project at work, so that's why he's not here. Mr. Dylan Scott, what's happening? So he's not here tonight, but we will press through without him, one way or another. We'll get through it. Tonight's topic, we're going to be talking about what to do at number 9. But before we get there, we're going to talk about something else. We need to talk about actually what are the positions of need that you think we have. Uh, First off, I want to start off with number 9. Well, the one who I think we need a offensive tackle. That's one position of need. What position need you think we got, Foster? Not the player yet, just the position.
Yeah. No, number 9. We could use a defensive end.
Defensive end. Oh, absolutely. I think we probably need 2 of those. What about you, Walt? What you got?
I'm gonna stick with defensive end. That's my thing.
Defensive end?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's an argument that can be made that we need a wide receiver.
Yep. We do.
I mean, and at this point, with Keenan Allen only being on a 1-year contract, we probably need 2 wide receivers.
It's highly possible and highly likely.
Other positions, I mean, I wouldn't get it at 9 necessarily, but I think we could look at center, tight end, even possibly 2 tight ends, because what's his name? The offensive coordinator. What's his name?
Shane Waldron.
Waldron. Yes, he likes running 2 wide receiver sets.
Mhm.
I mean, 2 tight end sets. So I could see us actually needing 2 tight ends.
Absolutely, man. That's I got that kind of thought into later.
As
Would
well
they
as a
take
defensive.
Powers at 9?
Yeah, that's a good point. But then we also need a defensive tackle. Right
Mhm.
now, I think we currently only have 3.
3 tech.
Yeah. I mean, so there's a lot of different ways we could go at 9 as well as the rest of the draft. But before we really dive into that, I want to talk a little bit about RG3's quote.
So we're gonna go back to the
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the
number 9.
number 9. But I want to, before we get into that, because I figure that's going to be a lengthy discussion. Let me bring up this RG3's quote here. If you don't mind, Walt, can you go ahead and read it, please?
Yeah. So this is from RG3 on his social media post on X. Says, after everything that has happened with Justin Fields, can Caleb Williams really look at that and say, this is an organization that has my best interest in mind? They're going to develop me into a player that I want to become. He also made a comment on top of the initial post saying that Caleb Williams should pull an Eli Manning.
That's a lot to unpack there. What are your thoughts on that there, Foster?
I caught it maybe 15, 20 minutes after he said it. It was less than 20 because I was on Twitter. And I was like, the first thing I said, sorry, Robert Griffin III. I said, boy, this guy played the game. He's an idiot. I'm being honest, man. That's the first thing I said to myself was, you got to be kidding me, because I don't see how, considering you've got a new general manager. We've got stuff and structure that we haven't had in decades, that we really never really ever had, because whatever. So you've got all this new stuff, and now you're finally at the point everybody saw what the defense was capable of when it was run properly. And there were spots on the offense where, wow, but we just didn't have the talent on it. So Poles goes out and gets the talent to make this team better, to put any quarterback that they draft, or if they would have kept Fields, whoever is going to be one of the better situations that they're brought in. It's like it's very comparable to what Houston did last year, bringing Stroud in that with the coaching staff, although they were unknown. There was no.
Right.
It's a little different here. We've got a little taste of what the defense can be. The offense, we've seen splashes, but nothing consistent. And then to boost that offense, I'm just like, I said he really needs to go evaluate the last 20 years of Bear history before he even comments on it, because he's just going on bits and pieces. He don't watch everything that we watch. He don't watch every play of every game. So, I mean, I just think it's an idiot take. I'm not even going to say that he's an idiot. I think it's a fully uninformed take. And I'm just like, okay, done. Haven't thought about it or did anything. I've seen it on a few podcasts, man. I even turned one of them off because I'm like, I don't want to go do this again. So now you know what I think of it.
What you got, Walt?
It's a bit of a mixed bag. Like, I think, was he clout chasing in this post? Yes, of course. He was looking for engagements, and I think he went off and said that later on too. A bit of an immature way to do it, honestly. But in a sense, he's not really wrong. The organization itself hasn't really developed a quarterback.
True.
So there is some fear in that, of course. But do I think Caleb Williams is going to pull an Eli Manning? Absolutely not. And the comments are just way out of line.
Yeah, I when looking at this, when you look at, and I'm not trying to get into a debate again, guys. Trust me, I'm not. But when you look at it, I'm looking at it in the sense of developing a quarterback, and what has this organization done to develop quarterbacks? Have we truly done a good job of that? I mean, I think the consensus of people will agree that the best way to develop a quarterback is to have him sit and learn from a veteran. I don't think that's the case, or that I don't think that's the position that whatever person, Caleb or whatever, if we decide to go another route, go. I don't think they're in a position to be able to do that. So would he be in a good position to maximize his potential, or would he be ruined by being thrust out there too fast? I think Stroud, yeah, he did a great job of handling it, but that doesn't happen every year. So that's my reservations when it comes to that.
Agreed. I mean, there's just no guarantee.
True.
You started saying it, Walt, that I don't think Caleb's going to come out either and light the world on fire and be CJ Stroud of this season. I don't. But if there's pieces there and the guy can game manage and learn as he goes along, and maybe get some continuity early, that's the one good thing about that. The Bears get a 2-week head start at minicamp and stuff in the preseason because of that game at Akron.
1 week head start.
Oh, it's only 1 week? I thought it was 2.
Yeah, I think it says 1.
Take whatever you can get when we're still blending new talent together, especially on offense, man.
Yeah.
How many guys did we just replace in the offense? Half of them, if not more. Because
Yeah.
you've got DJ left, Roshan and Herbert. So you got at least one back left and DJ. Couple linemen, 3 linemen, 4 I can't even say 4. Whatever. So
Yeah.
it's just, I don't expect it.
And you're installing a whole, well, not a whole new offense, but with the new coordinator, new quarterback, new weapons, like you're saying, it's going to be tough.
They got to learn all the new terminology, because that's really what it's going to be, is learning terminology plus whatever the variation on the plays is.
Like you said, PJ, you can have them sit behind a veteran, but there's really 2 ways. There's the way you mentioned, and then there's also taking the rookie quarterback and putting the right pieces around him from the beginning. The Bears failed to do that with Justin Fields, Mitch Trubisky, and everyone else that came before him.
True.
But that's just it. The past is the past at this point. This is completely different. We made the mistake of Luke Getsy. We rectified that mistake and got rid of them. Unfortunately, the timetable didn't fall in place, like Ryan Poles said, with Justin Fields. Whether that he actually means that or it's more just, gum flapping, that remains to be seen. But the incoming quarterback, whoever he may be, is probably in the best situation an incoming rookie quarterback can be, minus maybe Minnesota. And Minnesota is, kind of teetering between good and falling off the cliff right now.
Yeah, I actually have kind of good thoughts for Sam Darnold. I think he'd do well in Minnesota, believe it or not. I think that year sitting in Shanahan's system in San Francisco this past year, I think that done him. I think that done him good. So I think the whatever quarterback may come in Minnesota, be in a good position to learn behind what Sam Darnold was able to do in his last year by sitting under Shanahan.
That's true.
I agree, Teej. I mean, I don't remember exactly what his first season was, but I was looking at, for some reason, I was looking at Mac Jones, because I was looking at that draft and where all those quarterbacks are.
Right.
And I went back and I was like, wow, Mac Jones actually had a decent rookie year.
Very 3,800 yards, wasn't it?
So yeah, so I'm like, man, wow, if New England could have followed through on that, where would he be?
True. And see, he's a perfect example. I'm glad you brought him up. He's a perfect example of having a nice system around him where he got the coach and what have you, in the infrastructure around
personnel,
him. Yeah.
Continuity.
To come in to that situation. And then when his coach goes away, being Josh McDaniels, and players not there as much, he then crashes and burns. So I'm like, you need that. To RG3's point, I think you really need a good system around the guy as well as players. And that remains, I mean, if I'm being totally objective, that remains to be seen on whether or not that's what we have here, as far as everything in place for a quarterback to succeed. Because in our history, we've never had it.
Yeah. What's going on backstage? Crap.
Yeah, we do have a special guest tonight. I want to let you introduce him there, Foster.
Who? The Manimal? Our guest, the Manimal?
The Manimal.
The Manimal. But he wanted to be called the Dan?
Yeah.
No. I'm going to stick to the Manimal. Look at him. Put him center screen.
Hey, guys.
Switch it.
Hey, guys. Hey, I want to thank you for having me on the show tonight. It's an honor to be here. Thank you very much.
But Dan,
I like the hair, man.
Why don't you do a promo, Manimal? Where can we find you? What are you doing these days? Where are you at?
Well, you can find my alter ego on the Bears Country Podcast on Bears Country Productions. You down with BCP?
Thursday night,
you know
baby.
me. I got to take on. I was taking a sabbatical tonight, a night off at a show, and I had to just get into my alter ego as the guest tonight. So thank you guys for having me on. I'll make this short and sweet. I would like to talk about something here, as a typical Bears fan would do. I think that there is a fucking conspiracy going on against Bears quarterbacks, period. You can break it down from quarterback to quarterback all the way to Justin Fields. Now, in steps Caleb Williams. You got shit talking coming out from RG3. Who the fuck are you, RG3? You got shit talking coming out of Deion Sanders' mouth. We know who the fuck you are, Deion Sanders, but you ain't gonna let your kids play in a cold weather state? So, I think that's very disrespectful to the cold weather states. What if he would have won some championships with the Packers? I won't say da.
Man.
Wouldn't you enjoy that if he won some championships with Aaron Rodgers, if he was just a decade earlier guy? So don't give me that crap. I think what's going on here in the NFL is a conspiracy because they know if the Chicago Bears ever had a Hall of Fame bona fide superstar quarterback, we would take over the entire NFL. There'd be 30, 40 Bears fans in every bar across the entire globe, and they know it. The Dallas Cowboys are gone. By I mean duh.
Duh.
The 49ers, who cares? The Packers are irrelevant. The Bears would take over the entire world, and everyone knows it. That's why, in my heart of hearts, I truly believe there is some bullshit going on in the NFL. And it stops with this draft. That's it, guys. I gotta go. I just wanted to give you my piece.
Well, we want to thank you again for joining us there, the Dan. Can you tell the people again where to find you at?
Hey, you guys can find my alter ego, Shorty, on Bears Country Podcast every other Thursday night, except for tonight. I gotta go. Big day at work tomorrow. Gotta get some sleep. Appreciate you guys having me on the show.
Wait, did you have something about what you thought about the current quarterback situation in Chicago? Because the real people don't know. This is the guy that we really get to see after every show. This is the real Dan. You guys are not seeing the real Dan. Just tell it.
Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, there was one more thing I wanted to say about Tyson Bagent.
Well, so much for that guy, dear.
Yeah, fuck it, man.
It's good having you on there, the Dan.
Did you see the porcupine he was wearing in that fucking hat?
I thought he was that guy from that cooking show.
Jesus, I was not expecting him to come on like that, man. Fix this board, Walter. Oh, shit. What the hell was that? See, you guys, that's the real Dan. We got to deal with that like before and after the show before you guys see him. All that shit that you're seeing, that is not even him. I didn't want to tell anybody. I didn't want to rat the guy out, but just is what it is, man. Poor bastard.
He got so much glow coming from him that he needed to wear sunglasses on the inside.
Yeah.
He wears sunglasses at night. So what was that song? I wear my sunglasses at night so I can so. Yeah, that's all.
That's all I'm going to sing because I don't know anything else.
Hey,
every time it comes on the radio, I turn it off, Pete. Sorry.
All right, let's moving back to the
watched.
Huh?
I don't know what I just watched right there.
I hope nobody has any nightmares tonight, you guys. I apologize, but we had no choice.
Hmm.
Fucking gun to
Now,
their head, man.
PJ, before we go to the number 9, I know you want to switch over there quick. We do have to look at Ryan Poles' comments regarding what we just talked about.
Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. So it says, it pisses me off a little bit, to be honest with you, because we were hired to break a cycle, end quote. He goes on to say, I really believe we're about to break this cycle and get this city in a really good situation and win a lot of games. So the past is the past. I don't worry about that at all. It's about where we're going. That's all that matters.
And that was live on Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
I remember hearing them saying that, but can I be honest?
I would hope so.
My honesty tells me that he means well. He has good intentions. And I think, there's every GM that has come here has had that same approach and same thought that, hey, the past is the past. I'm here to do something different. I'm at a point where you have to show me. I'm not going to just take blind faith and say, oh yeah, because he's done pretty well the first 2 years, but that doesn't tell me automatically he's going to get this quarterback position necessarily right, because it hasn't been right since Sid Luckman. So nice guy, good guy, but show me. And that's really where I'm at. Show me. I mean, I hope he gets it right. I really do hope so. But when we're limited on picks, because if I'm being honest, I think we have more than 4 holes on this team still. So with only 4 draft picks, are we going to be able to address those holes? And unpopular opinion here, I think our defense may take a step back from what they were last year finishing up, because I think teams will learn to game plan against Sweat and expose our other defensive end. And depending on who that other defensive end is, he may not step up.
We saw that at times at the end of the season last year.
That's why we're taking Dallas Turner at 9, man.
Yeah. and if he, because, well, Pete, you mentioned there's other holes to fill. Now, if you remember, I kept saying, man, we need 10 more players. We need 10 more players. Well, they've addressed some of that, but to what extent? Allen's 1-year contract.
Right.
The other guys they brought in, I don't think anybody's more than a 3-year contract, and most of them are 2 or 1.
Yeah. Even the center is a 1-year contract.
Right. So, I mean, I'd love Dallas Turner. That would be a great. But if he goes back and say works, somebody's sitting there, the right guy that maybe the Raiders want, I don't know. And you can pick up a verse and possibly pick up a second. You should be able to actually get 2 more picks this year and maybe 1 next year for that 9 to 13, I think it is, or something. So, it's going to play out, but I still say we filled some depth, but even that is for how long? So it tells me that if he doesn't have the guys in place and he's giving the short contracts, we've just brought in placeholders again, which is what we did last year and the year before.
Well, if you look at it, correct me if I'm wrong, Walt. I don't know exactly.
Less positions each season.
The contract of the tackle that we brought in, wasn't that just a 1-year contract? I know the center was a 1-year contract.
Center's
and then
1.
Bates is through the trade is a 2-year contract.
Yeah.
Which offensive team? You talking about Matt Pryor, the one from?
Yes, Matt Pryor. Matt Pryor.
Let's have a looky little here. 1-year contract. Yeah.
Pryor's from where? Was he the guard or the tackle?
The tackle. He came over from San Francisco, worked with Flus in Indianapolis.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. And then, so have we really?
Guard,
then you got to remember also. You also remember Jenkins. Jenkins is due for extension or what have you. I mean, his contract is coming to an end at the end of this year.
Right.
So he's only here for 1 more year. So really, where are we for real? I mean, when I'm trying to look at it objectively, it's like, okay, we got these holes and no. I think the longest guy under contract right now, currently, is Darnell Wright because he has 3 years left. He's the longest one under contract on the offensive line.
I mean, that sounds about right. I mean, a lot of offensive linemen and football players in general don't get these really long contracts. This isn't the NHL where you're signing 15-year deals, you know?
Right. But you would think that, you could have more of your core offensive linemen under contract for longer than a year or two. That's what I'm saying. I mean, you would think like, okay, these guys got 3-4 year contracts at least, but only one we have is Darnell Wright he has 3 more years, possibly a fourth if he gets that 5th year option. But everybody else,
I get what Walt's saying too, and I get what you're saying, Pete. But the thing is, that'd be fine if we had young talent. You can bring up Ja'Tyre Carter. If we had young talent that was ready to move into a few of these positions as the contracts are coming up, but I just don't see it. And with 4 picks in the draft, I just here's the thing. It'll go back to this. I got to trust in polls that he's going to be able to find 2 or 3 guys like he's done every season. UDFAs, guys coming in from another team. So, they did who was the guy from the Giants? He caught 1 pass in the last game.
Johnson,
wide receiver.
Johnson.
Yeah. So I don't know if there's anything they see there where, all right, if we give this guy with a year with Allen, is he going to develop to where he probably should have been a year or 2 ago? I don't know that. But those are the kind of questions that I have. What do we have? I can look at the defense player for player and say, okay. And then I could go to the second tier players and say, okay, we're a little weak there, but in a pinch, he can get us through a game or 2 if he had to, if you go position by position.
Even
on the offense side, I can't do the same. That's all I'm going to say. I'll leave it at that. I can't say the same thing about the offense, man.
Well, even on the
that's my worry.
On the defensive side,
what if Sweat gets hurt? What if Wright gets hurt? Big regression in my eyes. Tevin gets hurt again with Wright getting hurt.
Well, we have no depth.
That was my point.
Even on the defensive side,
since the season ended, we're 2 or 3 guys away. No, we're 10 or 15 players away. And we didn't get 10 guys since between now and the draft, or at least 5. Time will tell, man. Time will tell. I hope everything is going to go the right way, but time will tell.
When I'm looking at the defensive end, if Foster's don't let me talk one more time, I'm fighting. I'm just going to say it one more time. If we look at the defensive side, defensive end wise, we have Sweat played great last year. I mean, great. But the other defensive end, DeMarcus Walker, he actually played his best ball when he was playing as a defensive tackle, not as a defensive end. So how do we address that? If you don't draft a defensive end early, you're not really going to get a good one. Now, I'm told that the draft next year is going to be better for defensive ends, but for this year, how are we going to address that position? Because I'm a firm believer, you don't get a defensive end in the first round, you're going to be hard pressed to find one that's starter quality. So how do you address it?
Well, you take one. We already saw what the second 30 visit that the Bears scheduled was for Alabama's Dallas Turner. So they're obviously looking at him as an option to do that. Now, whether that means hopefully getting him at 9 or possibly, pulling what we did, but in reverse with Philadelphia last year to move up with Atlanta just to make sure we get him, and give up a lesser late pick maybe next season. I'd be fine with that. I mean, Foster, we have 68 guys under contract right now, over the cap. You can only carry 53.
I know. Right?
So, hey, the math doesn't math in that situation. We're not at the point where we need really 10 guys anymore. We do need a few more players. But there are guys that can step in. I mean, Poles brought in 2 defensive ends, not needle movers, but guys that can fill in on the back end if they have to. Tackles, he brought in 2 offensive tackles to fill in case. You still have Larry Borum, who probably will, if Pryor works out, he's more than likely gone.
Right.
So
if that happens, I'll feel better actually, because that means we're ahead there where we've been over the last 2 years at position. But Pete, I wanted to address because with the defensive end, DeMarcus actually was playing decent defensive end when we got Sweat, and he was playing on the other side. If you go back and look,
Yeah. So I mean, overall, I was speaking more.
That's acceptable for a rotation piece there. Just and then we did see Gervon Dexter playing some defensive end, and I brought it up the end of last season. I'd like to see a little more of that, specifically in the preseason, just to see if there's anything to it. People say no, but I think Pickens might turn out better than I anticipated. I think that just is going to be more time. I'm not as worried about the defense. I'd like to get a defensive end. I'd love to get Dallas Turner. I would definitely take Jared Verse. If I got another pick, if I got a pick in the second, I would take Verse. So,
well, I want to address what Jeremy Munoz said in the chat. He brought up a couple of choices we had here. First one was Kamara from Colorado. He's like 6'1", I believe. I don't view him as a starter quality. Then he said the guy that plays with Chop Robinson, I think his name is Israel. He's a second round pick, and we currently don't have a second round pick. So I don't know if either one of those 2 that you brought up, Jeremy, would be there for us one way or another. Well, Kamara may be there later, but I just don't think he's the answer as a starter.
Yeah, Kamara was good out of Colorado State.
Yeah,
he was up there. I think he was like maybe 2nd or 3rd in the nation in sacks, give or take a position. I know he was at one time leading the nation, but that changed.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's more than likely not a second round pick. He's probably maybe 4th to 5th in that range, depending if somebody really likes him. But he's 6'1", he's roughly around 250. So
yeah,
I don't know. And like J2K said, it's Adisa Isaac.
Yeah, Adisa Isaac. That's the name. And not Israel, but Adisa Isaac. Thank you, J2K. Appreciate it.
Yeah, he's a definite talent.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Out of Penn State, of course. Got a little bit overshadowed because of Chop Robinson, but when Robinson got hurt, those couple games wasn't playing as much, he kind of came into his own. So he's definitely not bad, and his tape looks
he got a good size, too. I think he's like 6'5", around 250, I think. So he has
6'4", 250 with a 8.94 RAS.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, and I mean, in my dream scenario where we trade down multiple times, I mean, he would have been my second defensive end I would have took in the draft in the second round. I mean, because I like him, but I just don't see him being there for us in the first. And if we trade down to get him in the second, I don't know if he's really starter quality coming right out the gate. I think he'd still need some grooming. There's only a few that I would say is starter quality coming right out the gate as defensive end, and that's Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, and possibly Chop Robinson, although Chop Robinson has some short arms, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, like you were talking about possibly trading for Jared Verse. Once you trade out of your pick, you lose any advantage you have to get the guy you want. You're banking on somebody else not taking him anymore.
Very true.
So
Very true.
In that case, I don't know. I mean, to get a second round pick, you're gonna have to trade back really far. You can get maybe a 3rd round pick.
Unless they're coming up to get a quarterback, they tend to overpay for a quarterback. If a quarterback's there at 9.
That would be it. That'd have to be it.
If you're talking like maybe outside of the top 3, I'd say, between the 4 and 6, I'd say yeah. But once you get to 9, you're like, well, do I trade up? Do I sit for Bo Nix or Michael Penix and go after somebody like that? You don't know. I mean, I don't really use those charts everyone has. I find point values for this irrelevant. Value is just a perception of one person, so you can't really put a tangible object to it. So like you said, somebody could theoretically come up and overpay for the position, sure.
Yeah.
And you might be able to get a second round pick out of it, but realistically, you're going to have to go too far, and you're going to end up losing out on some of those bigger edges.
Yeah.
If that's what you want to go with.
True. So let's go ahead and transition here and get into the who would we actually take at number 9, starting with you, Foster. What would you do at number 9?
I think Dallas Turner is going to be there. I really do. So
are you
if
saying
he's gone, if Dallas Turner is gone, then I would say that there's going to be a wide receiver there that somebody wants, and as opposed to taking that wide receiver, it just depends on who wants him, man. Because I could see going back as far as 14 or 15 and getting Latu or Verse or who's the other guy? I'm trying to find Robinson, maybe even Darius Robinson, because that might even be a little later. That might be into the early second. But I don't think I'd go back any further than 15, man, because then you have your choice of defensive ends if Robinson isn't there. Okay. But I say he's going to be there. So what do? If somebody came up and made you an offer, like Pop Poll says, if somebody, dude, I want Dallas Turner, you're going to draft him, right? If they came up to me and said, I'll give you next year's first, my pick 15 or 14 or 13, and a second rounder, do you take it and take Verse over Robinson? Because now you can go out and get that wide receiver or an offensive tackle or a guard. There's a couple of them, I think, right around, let's say, 35, 37. I don't even know what the other pick is that those teams have. So
are you saying that if it was up to you, you're taking Dallas Turner at 9?
Unless somebody comes up and makes me an offer where I know, looking at the board, okay, yeah, I can go back to 13 because this guy's here. They can't all go, the guys that I want. It would have to be probably Latu and Verse. One of those guys would have to be. Verse is probably the guy that I would have to have available because I'm polls. I'm worrying about the medicals. So now I'm looking. I'm like, crap. I'd have to go back and look and see everybody who's there. Have to make sure that there's a guy that I need that I'm going to get. But I got a feeling, man, if Turner's there, like I think he's going to be there, you might have to take him, man, if they want to, unless they have some unknown plan here for that defensive end.
Mm-hmm.
Because you got to take the best guy available, man.
Well, I said
this a couple weeks ago, real quick, and I'll stop. Is Poles is going to be able to control the first defensive player taken in the draft, I think.
I see that GCA is saying that he would take Alt or Turner at 9. What you got, Walt? What would you do at 9?
Well, just to give you guys an update, it looks like the Bears are meeting Rome Odunze too. That just came through a couple hours ago.
Okay.
And that's the wild card, the wide receivers, definitely. Depends on how that falls. I mean, there's some crazy talks. Marvin Harrison Jr. could fall at number 9. So if that happened, that would
he's the one guy I would pass up on.
Yeah, that would change my position entirely.
Yep.
In terms of tackles,
do you think it's going to happen? He's going to fall back to that, though, Walt?
I honestly don't know anymore.
Okay.
We're going to have to wait and see where that goes. I mean, he didn't do the combine. He didn't do a pro day. He doesn't need to. Yeah. But these other guys that are did the combine, did their pro days. I know Dunze is skipping his, but he showed up at the combine. Are going to be stuck in people's minds. They're going to be at the forefront where Marvin Harrison Jr.'s escapades, even though they're very good, are now going to be one step back.
Right.
So will that affect the way GMs look at the wide receiver board? Yes, of course. It definitely will. You can't say it won't. It just depends on how much it sways them in any way. Now, if I was
who's
just
picking, meeting with?
I don't know. I know he's talked a bit about the
question for that.
I know he's talked about the Cardinals.
Yep.
But I don't know if he's done any other visits just yet. I'll have to look into that. So that's a good question. Now, if I could pick anybody number 9. More than likely Dallas Turner. I do like Jared Verse. I think he's a really great defensive end, would fit in. I just think Dallas Turner complements Montez Sweat a little more than Jared Verse would. It's more power and power on each end, which is fine, but you kind of want that power speed combo to be a good 1-2 punch on your ends for your defensive line. So, Dallas Turner does come out of Alabama. It's got a good pedigree, and we saw what Will Anderson did last year. Same position, that outside linebacker, defensive end style. Houston converted him to a full-time defensive end. Before the season began last year, and he ended up winning Defensive Rookie of the Year and picking up 7 sacks. DeMarcus Walker didn't do that, unfortunately. DeMarcus Walker went back to DeMarcus Walker and picked up 4, which is fine.
Right.
But it wasn't the 7 he picked up in his last year in Tennessee and earned himself that contract.
Exactly. Which speaks to my point that I mentioned before, that most players tend to have great years on their contract year, then regress thereafter. So, but my choice at number 9, my choice at number 9, I've heard a lot of talk about people wanting wide receivers, give the quarterback more weapons. Then I hear some people talk about, making sure he's protected. But I'm of the belief, like I mentioned, that I'm afraid of this defense regressing because of them game planning against Sweat. So therefore, we need another person on the other end. So I would go, my scenario at number 9 would be, if Dallas Turner and Jared Verse are both there at 9, I trade back to like 12 or 13 to where one of them should still at least be there when I pick in at that pick, 12 or 13. Now, if I trading back to 12 or 13, maybe I can pick up a third and then address some other needs. But yeah, I would trade back. But if let's say Dallas Turner is gone, I'm picking up Verse at number 9. I mean, I'm not gonna pass on getting a defensive end, because I think that's what's really needed, especially with a young quarterback. You need a stout defense.
And from what Doug Van Dorn's saying here, that he found Turner at 14. Like, yeah, I've seen that same thing happen on the PFF simulators. He's not making it 14, man. Unfortunately, that's very unrealistic.
Yeah.
You're gonna make it to 9, and that's about it.
Yeah. So James Hunter had a good question here. I think it got starred, but it went away. He was asking, would we rather have Newton, or I think it was one of the wide receivers. I think it was Odunze, or I think it was Turner or Newton, something like that. So would you take the defensive tackle Newton over? Yeah.
He's
the guy at Illinois.
He's not one of my top 10 picks at all. I mean, if I had a choice of players that I would want, he wouldn't even make my top 10. For one, I think he's short for what
there's the question.
Eberflus looks for. Eberflus looks for longer guys, tend to look for longer guys at the 3 technique. I mean, if you look at him in Indianapolis, he had Buckner, who was 6'6", 6'7", something like that. Then here we got 6'6" Dexter. So Newton's only 6'2". We didn't draft a guy out of Northwestern last year. He fell to the 4th round, when some people was thinking he might even go in the 1st round. The 3 technique, the guy with the hard name for me to pronounce, but he was a defensive tackle out of Northwestern.
Yeah.
We didn't go after him. We went after Dexter. So I don't see Eberflus taking Newton at all, because I just don't think he fits a profile of what he's looking for. I think the more likely scenario, if he was to go for a defensive tackle, it'd be the tall one out of LSU. Is it Wingo or the other one? One of them like 6'5".
Mason Smith is like 6'4", 6'5".
Okay, yeah, him.
Yeah,
I think he would go after him.
But outside of that,
yeah, he'd be the one I think he would go after. Not saying in the 1st round, but that's the size. I don't see him going after no one short. What do you think, Foster?
Yeah, no, I just, if you're going to take Newton, you're going to trade back for sure at 9 and pick up picks, because he's not going to go. I just don't see him going that early. He's not a top 10 pick. It's a top 20 pick.
Yeah,
literally, like 20.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's just my opinion, but I think if you even look on the boards, he's going at 17 to 25.
Yeah.
So And it's I like him as a player. Seems like a decent guy, but I just don't think that he is going to fit this scheme. If you know it and they know what they're going to do with them already, then you're definitely trading back. You're gonna buy you're gonna get as much as you can for Dallas Turner, not number 9 for Dallas Turner. You know, I'm saying he's available, and that's some of the stuff that will actually play into Pole's hands if he's going to trade. Because now I'm not just trading you pick, I'm trading you the rights to this guy. It's like when we had the number 1 pick last year, trading you this guy's rights, period.
Yeah.
So it changes the board. You know, there's a little more to it when it has to be looked at that way, because like I said, he ain't making it to 10, man. And if he's there at 9, the Bears are taking him, or that's their mini haul. Somebody's going to pay to move up to get Dallas Turner, or if there's a quarterback there that's going to go shortly after him, because there's teams right there. You know, they're right there after us. What? Minnesota.
Minnesota's 11. Minnesota's 11. Denver's 12, and Raiders
Atlanta
are 13.
Raiders are 13.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're right there. There's teams that are going to be looking for a QB too. That's the only other thing that might, if who's at 10?
Jets.
Okay.
Yeah, the Jets are right behind us, and they're more likely picking an offensive tackle.
Right.
Same thing with the Giants too. The Giants desperately need one.
So my question for you, Walt, does Turner's height and weight scare you off at all? Isn't he like 6'2", 200 and 40 something pounds? I thought.
Dallas Turner.
I'm trying to remember what I remember from the combine.
I got him at Dallas Turner. We're talking about still.
Yeah.
I got him here as 6'2", 250. His RAS score is 9.32.
Yeah, so Alabama listed him at 6'4" initially. He came in at the combine at 6'2".
Right.
So around 6'2", 6'3", and that range, give or take, a couple quarters of an inch either way.
Right.
So he sits at about 245, 247. He wants to play. He's going to play around 252, 255.
Yeah.
That's what he wants to shoot for. That's where he feels is best. He said that in his interview at the combine. So the big thing you're paying with Dallas Turner is he's got 34-inch arms.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's huge coming off the edge. You can reach out and touch those tackles before they even get anywhere near him. He's got a 4.46 40. That's verified at the combine. That's top 97th percentile out of, linebackers. But so I don't know what it would be in terms of ends, but it'd be up there. I think he was faster than Chop Robinson. His vert's pretty good too. So he definitely had a good jump there. So it's going to be nice to see him come in, into the pocket. And then when the guy tries to get that quick pass out, uses those long arms to jump up and whack it down out of the sky.
So his measurables doesn't scare you?
Not at all.
Okay.
No, because Will Anderson played around the same weight. I think he was about 245 in the NFL.
Right.
And what does Will Anderson sit at?
Dallas has just got elite length and reach, and
who's that?
He's like super explosive, and he's got good bend. Go watch him, Peach. Go watch a bunch of his shit, man.
Who are you talking about, Turner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I've seen some of his stuff, and the only thing, like I said, that scares me is one of those big offensive linemen getting a hold of him and him not being able to get away. That's kind of like what my concern is. I'm not saying it's a true worry yet. It's kind of my concern because he relies on his speed to get around the guys, and in the NFL, tackles do a good job of neutralizing your speed by just pushing you past the quarterback.
That's why you want to bring him in with Sweat, man, because he has chop ability and stuff, but it needs to be refined and brought up to the level of the NFL. The guy's capable. There's no doubt in my mind. More than capable.
So what I'm hearing out of both of you guys, neither one of you are tempted to get a wide receiver at 9?
Like I said, I could personally go a couple rounds without one. There's a lot of good ones out there.
It'd be great. Okay, say you're sitting there and you got Chop Robinson or Odunze on the board. What do you do? I mean, Dallas Turner
Uh-huh.
or Odunze on the board. What do you do?
Me
Now, if
personally,
it's Odunze and somebody's willing to move up and I can grab an early third or a late round second, whatever. If I can get something and another pick, another pick next year for that, I would move back because then you have the potential of taking Jared Verse.
right.
There's somebody else there. It depends on how far you're going to move back, man.
True.
It just depends on who's still on the board, what guys you want, and how far you're willing to move back to stay within that parameter to make sure that you've got one or two guys that you're going to be able to get that you want for your team. So I would definitely, I mean, like if that's the case, man, and I could move back, what's his name? Brian Thomas Jr. out of LSU, man.
Oh yeah, he's nice. He's nice.
But that's you
He's
could
nice.
probably go back to 16 or 17, maybe even 20 and get him.
Well, Eric Christensen in this chat says Rome all day. J2K says take Turner. I think Doug Van Dorn saying that if Alt, Turner, and Rome are still there, you don't trade back. Oh, you do trade back and go for one of them who falls.
And J2K is saying we've got two great wide receivers for this year coming up. Go with the defensive end and get a wide receiver next year.
Yeah.
If there's this wide receiver class, though, you could probably get away with picking one in the third or the fourth if you wanted to do something else and just stick. Like I think that was even one of my scenarios where I put wide receiver last. I'm like, trade the fourth back, see if we can get it. We'll pick up a wide receiver and an offensive lineman at the end of it.
Yeah.
Use the first three picks like that.
I did just want to answer Eric Christian's question. Versus 23 right now. He'll be 24 on November the 4th.
Oh, okay.
In season, he will turn in the middle of the season. The guy's gonna. Oh, you said November 24th.
November the 4th.
Yeah, so in the middle of the season, he's going to turn.
That's my nephew's birthday, November 4th. Okay.
Yeah, and Dallas Turner's 22 right now. So.
Yeah. I don't know. I just think there's some strong possibilities and the more I look at this draft, the more I got to thinking. I mean, me still being in my denial stage, still thinking about all the draft capital we could have gotten because there's so many intriguing draft picks. Maybe it's me just looking more into the draft. I don't know what it is, but it seemed like I've seen so many intriguing guys that I would love to have seen on this Bears team. I mean, I know we're not even in the market for safeties right now, but I look at that Newman out of Minnesota. It's like, man. And at first they had him as a first round projected. Now they say he's maybe middle of the second. I'm like, oh man, he would have been nice. We could have locked up that position for the next 4 years. But again, there's just so many.
Yeah, I mean, the safety position is pretty well locked down for at least 2 years. I mean, that's the Eric Bedard's contract, right? 2 years.
Who's that?
The safety we brought in from
2 years.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, 2 years.
Okay, yeah. So we have a little bit of wiggle room there. But
yeah.
It's not bad. I mean, I would be fine, honestly, with 4 picks at this point if he decided to go that way. He, like I said, he went out and he got Keenan Allen. I understand Allen's only on a 1-year deal and he's 31 years old, but that's a 1,200-yard receiver right there. You just added to DJ Moore.
True.
So you can forego getting a big name wide receiver next year because he's only going to be wide receiver 3 anyways. You can't throw the ball to everyone, unfortunately.
But see, I guess my thought is by having Keenan Allen, if we bring in 2 wide receivers, because let's say in my dream scenario, we would have been able to get, let's say, a Leggett as well as a Keon Coleman. Get both of them. Have them both learn from Keenan Allen for this year. Then next year, we can let Keenan Allen walk. Don't have to worry about signing him to an extension. We have developed these 2 young wide receivers that can fall behind him, and we can keep moving forward. because that's what I'm thinking about, because I'm worried about uh at some point Keenan Allen going to start slowing down. Although his game is not based on speed, but he is 32 years old, or will be 32 years old at the time the season starts. He's getting kind of long in the whiskers there.
Yeah, but to that point, PJ, and also what GCA is saying here is he could mentor young wide receivers. We have 2 young wide receivers on the roster right now. I know they're not great, but
Who does not play like him though? That's what I'm saying, because he's 6'2",
you could still learn.
and Scott is 5'10", Velas is 6 feet. So they're not going to play the same type of game that he is. I mean, so I'm looking at Leggett, who's 6'1", Coleman, who's like 6'4", some people who plays with that height, and he can teach them, because I think they would play similar games, a game like Keenan would, as opposed to the quicker guys in Velas as well as Scott.
True, but you can add that kind of play style to their repertoire. They already have speed. We know that.
Mm-hmm.
But things like route running and catch radius stuff like that, you can help instill that into those guys. So I mean, we're sitting at 4 wide receivers right now, give or take. You get one more, that's 5. You get another, that's 6. I mean, I forgot we have Dante Pettis Jr. too. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of guys in that wide receiver room to begin with.
I'm not expecting a lot of Dante, to be honest with you. I think
no, but he's still there.
Yeah, I think Velas' value has increased with this new kickoff rule, but that's another story. But yeah, I think his value has increased. I'm just concerned about the 1-year contract and us having another wide receiver available to step up in case one of our good ones go down, or in the event that Allen is only here for 1 year.
Well, I mean, you got these guys that are always going to sit till their contract's up, and then they're going to go and negotiate in the off season. That's just how it is. We can't sign everyone before that point.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't worry too much about that.
Well, if we got to re-sign him with 23, I wouldn't. I don't think I want him anyway for another 23. I mean, no, I'm not trying to pay you 23, because my bigger hope is I'm looking at re-signing DJ, and I'm hoping he'll want to stay here. Although he did make the comment, business is business. I hope he want to stay here when his contract's up, because we only got him for 2 more years, I believe.
Yeah, so we'll see where they want to go with DJ, and I was thinking about this, and this was brought up as well. Dante Pettis probably will be replacing Trent Taylor if he can stay healthy.
That's it.
So there's that. And Velus Jones, with the way they're changing the kickoff now, it should be more of a valuable weapon there.
Agreed.
So
agreed. It'll be interesting to see. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, so that's why it's intriguing to get a receiver at 9, but I don't think as big as of a need as a defensive end. But what do you guys think about the offensive tackles? No one intrigues you at 9? Foster, you on mute.
Offensive tackle, Peach?
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. It's where can we get them? Because I don't put that as a high of a need. I'm going to play the polls angle on this, and I'm going to use his words. Yeah, offensive tackle. We're thinking about bringing somebody in for competition, which they've done and they might do through the draft, but I kind of doubt it. I got a feeling Poles knows where he's going with every pick, unless somebody wows him with a certain trade. And that position would be at 9, would be where something would just have to work out. It's funny because I just hit a simulated draft, and the Bears ended up trading with the Jets because the Jets came up and got Fashanu. Then they traded again with the Broncos. The Broncos took Verse. The Vikings took J.J. McCarthy. And the Bears took Dallas Turner at 12. So, I don't know. I don't know, but I can tell you this. I ran 4 of these real quick and just hit them, and it's pretty much come up in the first 8 picks. Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, Drake May, Marvin Harrison, Malik Neighbors, Joe Alt, Taron Arnold, and Roma Dunze or Fashanu.
Okay.
So verse, and this is only three quick things.
Mhm.
So neither Dallas Turner or Verse were taken in the first 8 picks of 3 drafts in a row. Simulated. I didn't pick anything.
All right. Before I get to you, Walt, I want to bring up what Leo Factor says. He says, "Bring in the juggernaut, Fuaga." What do you guys think of him? Isn't it? I think he's the right tackle for Oregon State, I believe.
Yeah, no, he is. He's definitely, good. He's a good player. Don't get me wrong, but it's just
Right.
we don't need another right tackle at this point.
And that's what I was thinking. Um, Leo Factor is the fact that do we need another right tackle because we have Darnell Wright? I mean, if you're thinking about moving uh, right to left tackle, he played a year there at Tennessee. I don't know how good he is at left tackle. So would I really want to mess with that? So although I think he's a good player, I just don't think he'll be the answer for us.
Here, this is what Poles has done. He's brought in some competition at tackle, but pretty much it's going to be Wright and Braxton, Tevin, Nate Davis,
Right.
and then the center's probably going to, as of right now, it's probably not going to be the center. I'm hearing stuff where it's going to be the guy from Buffalo is going to be the center.
Bates.
Yes, Bates. Couldn't remember his name.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
and then the other dude's the backup center, and then they're supposed to figure out, who's going to play guard when somebody gets hurt. I shouldn't say when somebody does, but I just did.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, the organization has shown from the get-go that they're very high on Braxton Jones.
yeah, they are.
So that's why I don't see them going a tackle at this point in time. I think they're too sold on him to really make a move either way. And he's Pole's guy. He's the guy that he drafted. So I guess that speaks volumes to some people. But it's not like we can just kick him inside. The guy's at 35-inch arms roughly.
Right.
That would throw your interior line dynamic off
Yeah, I agree.
a bit. It's nice in video games where we can just move one guy from left tackle to right guard or all over the place. Like that, that's fine. But in reality, it doesn't really work that way all the time. You don't want to be swapping people around all the time. Look at Paris Johnson. He went right tackle to left tackle, back to right tackle. Now he's probably going to go over to another position again. It's just nuts.
Yeah, that's what I feared about Tevin Jenkins. I think when I looking back on the offensive line from last year, I remember Wright was solid. When for the most part Jenkins was solid. Pass protection, Nate Davis had good days and some bad days. Seemed like it was more bad days than good days. Our center, yeah, that was just horrible for pass protection. Braxton Jones, there were days he had good days. There were days he had bad days. So I understand that Poles has this belief in Braxton and then this unwavering, he's my guy, basically. But that position, in my opinion, could be improved. Whether or not Poles do it, I doubt it. I mean, I think he would be true to his word. At the most, he would bring in competition for him. But me personally, I think it could be improved. I think the kid from Penn State would be intriguing or be a big upgrade. I can't pronounce his name. Ola Fashanu, I think it is.
That's it.
I think he would be, man, a good upgrade over Braxton. But I just don't see Poles doing it. I really don't see Poles doing that, especially now that we're going to have only 3 picks after we get our quarterback. I don't see that happening at all. So what about, I think Cliff Victoria brought up earlier, what do you guys think about possibly Bowers at number 9? I think that was Cliff Victoria.
Yeah,
it's been brought up a couple of times. Brock Bowers, but I don't know. I know Shane Walton likes to do this 3 tight end set, but you have Cole Kmet. They brought the guy from the Chargers. There's no need for Brock Bowers right now.
especially at number 9.
You can't. It's just we don't have that luxury.
Exactly.
To take a tight end that we could develop for the future, and you've got, Komet's still young, man. He's coming into his own, and how? What's the contract on Everett too? I don't remember. Is that 2 years left on that too?
I thought that was a 3-year contract. I could be wrong.
Yeah, you could be right. I think that is one of the 3-year ones.
Yeah.
So I mean, you've got time to bring somebody in to develop for that position. Because with this, it's like they said, this is a win now mode, man. The door has been opened and it's going to close at a certain period in time. So it's make or break, man.
I thought, I didn't think we were ready for that yet. I didn't think we were ready to just push all the chips into the middle of the table.
Me neither.
Yeah, I thought we was like, get another haul this year and then go all in next year to go for it. Yeah. So
and you could have done it. I said, Caleb really just had to totally wow Poles in my eyes. Totally.
Yeah.
To make it, because I'm like, man, you're to me, okay,
Thanks,
we got 7 wins. Yeah, this team is borderline. So it's only a 2-year deal.
Yeah, 2-year.
This team's borderline. We need more talent. We need better depth. We need 10 more guys. I said it right after the last game.
Yeah.
So, and then, it's kind of just what made me, I was surprised.
All right.
That we jumped into this now. So
let me address the elephant in the room here.
Shorty's not back, is he?
No. What would you guys do? I want to hear from both of you as well as you guys in the chat. If you got offered from Washington, I'm going to give you a crazy scenario, so don't bite my head off, say it won't happen. I'm just asking, what would you do? Washington offers you 3 first-rounders, 2 second-rounders, 2 third-rounders, Jonathan Allen, McLaurin. What would you do?
What will you do? You left home without your traveler's checks. What will you do, Peach? What will you do?
I'm just saying, what would you do?
Got Carl Malden.
Would you take it? Go ahead, Walt.
I mean, if they offered me that, I don't know. I mean, after watching all the quarterbacks, tough call.
Leonidas, Jonathan Allen is only 29 years old, I believe.
Yeah,
and he has 2 years left on his contract at $14 million per year.
That's a lot of money to take on, though. Both guys you mentioned.
I don't think we can take it on, Peach.
Or okay, let's take away McLaurin. Take away McLaurin.
I still don't know if we can take it on.
Well, I think we can only take it on if we offered in return, give them DeMarcus Walker. You take his $8 million contract, give me Allen's $14 million contract, which leaves a difference of $6 million.
And you got to check because this year we did this last week. We don't have a lot of money, dude.
I was watching today, and Adam Mason said that after the draft capital, we should have $10 million left. So with that, if what he's saying is true, that's what I'm saying. $10 million, so that'd be a difference of $6 million. That's where the deal's coming from.
And if you notice, though, Poles has gone through the last 2 seasons with about 10 million sitting there into the season.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't think it's that high. I think it's like 6 or 7 million myself. I know Adam broke it down, but everything that I looked at, and this was going back to last show when I said this, we're broke. We're broke. If you look at it in Poles' eyes, because he wants to have that money during the season for the moves that got to be made. And if you go and look, I don't know which deal, but there was like $4 million left that he had to spend from this year that was used on part of one of these deals that he did, or 2 of them, whatever they did with it, because he had to spend the money before the league year started.
What are the people in the chat saying for that scenario? You guys got to
DJ's
pull up with.
nuts. He's
Huh?
crazy. He needs to go find his grenade.
Cliff Victoria says, trade offer is too much to refuse. Mark Kazak, good to see you, Mark. Mark Kazak says, take it. Cliff Victoria,
Well,
everybody has
you
a price.
you take it and grab Jaden Daniels, but we can't afford. I got a feeling that we wouldn't be able to do it.
Well, that's what I mean. When I got to thinking about it, because what made me come up with this proposal is I'm listening to the announcer say how bad Washington wants Caleb, how impressed they are with him, and they want a new stadium, they want to get their fan base together, and they would want to just go all in. That to me is going all in. What did I say? 3 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Man, that's going all in. Even if it's just, let's say it's just 2 firsts. Okay, let's say it's 2 firsts, 2 seconds, 2 thirds. Oh man, I could actually see Washington wanting to do something like that, especially if they really believe that he's so much more better than everyone else to get their. Because they got some weapons. They got 2 good weapons in Dotson and McLaurin. So you give them a quarterback. I could actually see them possibly doing that. I know J2K says it's an unrealistic, but he gets the pontification. Come trade day, when the Bears is on the clock, if the Bears didn't go in there, walk up to the thing at 1 minute into it, while they sit there, Washington might be blowing up that phone. That's all I'm saying. Washington might be blowing up that phone.
Dude, even if take both those guys out of it, because I know you can't do. I don't think you could even do one of them for this year. I really don't, man. Take both those guys out of it, and now you've still restructured what we have to pay out for draft capital. So you're going to lose some of your $10 million because you've just added picks. You may have lowered the first pick,
right?
But now you've got to pay a 2 and another a second and a third.
Right.
And then you've altered next year's draft even more.
But you also lowered your price because you're not taking the number 1, so you ain't got to pay that top salary.
Right, but 2 and the second rounder is gonna eat that. You're gonna be paying more out. Go look at the numbers on it. What if it was something like this? Washington offered, what do they got? A first, a second, next year's first, the year after second, and probably like a 3rd round pick this year.
I don't think that's enough. I personally don't think that's enough for the Bears to move.
Okay, what if it was a first next year, a first the year after, and number 2, I think it's 2, 30, 34, 67, something like that. I don't remember what the picks are, but
36 and 40 was what they had. You're getting
like 2 second, 2. I got to look at it. Never mind.
Washington has
I don't know if I got it right.
Washington has 36 and number 40.
Okay, so and 67, right?
Correct.
So if you got all of that, and then next 24's first and 25's first for Caleb Williams, and you're getting Jaden Daniels.
Well, I think the thing that is going to get polls to move personally is, okay, you're going to have to give me some players that I can use this year, as well as future number 1 to where I can possibly run the scenario again of getting the number 1 overall pick. So I think that's to be the thing that attempted. But yeah, it's intriguing to me because I really believe Washington at some point going to pick up, if they haven't done it already, going to pick up that phone and say, hey, what can I do to, what I got to do to get that number 1?
Interesting scenario, but more than likely not happening. Yeah.
Take it, Caleb.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Poles may not. I mean, like I said, they probably did give him a heck of a trade offer. And Poles probably just said no. He probably just said no. I don't know. I'm with Cliff Victoria again. I think it's about 85% Caleb, but there is a 15% chance of someone else being after a trade down. But if we pick number one, yeah, it's going to be absolutely be Caleb, in my opinion. I think that's who Poles is going with.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden Daniels' pro day was okay. I mean, it wasn't mind blowing, but it wasn't bad either. So, yeah, I'd seen it like a thinner Justin Fields type player. Not that they're the same, but more so just like his NFL style of play, where he's more run first.
The thing that scares me about his run style, he runs too upright. Kind of remind me of Eric Dickerson. I'm afraid somebody's going to get underneath his pads and light him up. And he's only weighing, 210 pounds, 205. He's like really small. I think somebody's going to get underneath his pads and light him up because he has an upright running style. Whereas Fields kind of lean forward. Lamar Jackson, he kind of leans forward like a running back's supposed to do. You lean forward when you run to, be able to lower your shoulder and brace for impact. Daniels does not do that. He runs upright, and he got whacked a few times. And in the NFL, him getting whacked, he's going to be out for a while.
That is true. That is true. I mean, the other quarterbacks are good. It's just I don't know if they're on the same level. I mean, yes, Jaden Daniels won the Heisman Trophy this year, but
yeah,
I mean,
he put a good numbers. Yeah, he put up good numbers. 1,000-yard rushing, 3,800 yards passing, something like that. If I'm not mistaken,
it was close to 1,000. I don't know if it was over 1,000, but
I thought it was. I could be wrong, but that's what I mean. So I'm not taking anything from him. Don't get me wrong, guys in the chat. I'm not taking anything from him. I'm just looking at the comparison, and him running like that. That's a bad recipe, man. I'm serious. You wouldn't get lit up in the NFL. PZ, yes, he is wiry. I agree. He's wiry, but he got lit up a few times in college. So there's certain guys who you can never really get a good hit on. Fran Tarkenton back in the day. Certain guys you can never really get a good hit on. They got some good hits on Daniel. So he would scare me. I mean, I know we talked about Fields being a running quarterback and he has gotten hurt, but the way Daniels run, man.
How did Tarkenton avoid getting killed for?
I think he was only 5'10", wasn't he?
No, he was 6 feet. He's 6 feet.
Was he 6 feet? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think his height, being able to duck under players, helped him out a lot. And plus, the players wasn't weighing 300 plus pounds then either.
That's true. They were only weighing 275.
Yeah.
Still enough to kill you over 18 seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the argument here, and Diane Sins podcast says it too, that Jaden Daniels possibly is a one-hit wonder or a one-year wonder. Yeah. Because you're throwing to Malik Neighbors, Brian Thomas Jr., and who else? He had another guy too. I can't recall off the top of my head right now, but you're looking at least 2 top receivers minimum, and that's all you're doing, especially in college, man. And even some of the plays that they show, there's a couple guys crossing across the middle, and he just misses the guy standing right in front of him and goes for the guy to the left.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the thing about quarterbacks. I mean, I think we've shown it before that all quarterbacks miss people. I think him being in a pro-style system helps him. Coming with Kelly, I think his name is the coach at Notre Dame. He's down there in LSU now, Kelly. So he's had some good quarterbacks that he's worked with, so I think he's developed him pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to take away from him in any way, but I don't know. He had a great year, but every other year prior to that was okay. It wasn't anything mind blowing though.
How long has he been at LSU? Because I know he started off at Arizona State, was it?
Yeah, he played 3 years in Arizona State and 2 years in LSU.
So I give it more credence in because he actually got into a pro-style system like Joe Burrow, And you see what Joe Burrow did when he came to the league. So I could see him having success in the NFL. I could see that. I mean, it's not a guarantee. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, oh, he's definitely going to have it, but I can see it. I truly can see it. And plus, he got good size, 6'4". I mean, weight, yeah, that's a concern. But his height wise, being able to see over that line of scrimmage, which I think would be a challenge for Caleb at times, trying to look over the line, being only 6 feet tall. I mean, it's not a great big challenge compared to like Kyler Murray or another one like, or the guy in Carolina, Bryce Young. But 6 feet still going to be a challenge, especially because I've seen a scenario today where they said, Connor Williams may not want to, may sign with a team halfway through the season. A center, Connor Williams from Miami, 6'5". Can you imagine 6'5" center? You got a 6 foot quarterback. You're gonna have some challenges there. Then if you got Tevin Jenkins as your one guard, 6'6", Nate Davis, 6'4" as your other guard, may have a hard time seeing over the line.
Yeah, but he's going to have enough distance between him and the line where it should even out.
What's he going to cost for half a season, Peach?
Adam Mason projected probably like $6.5 million.
For who?
Did he say what that was based on?
No, he didn't say what that was based on. He was offering a contract. He was saying a contract of let me get it right, 3 years, $30 million, with the contract not taking in effect until like November or so because of his injury. So you get 6.5 this year, 10 next year, then 13.5 that final year. Just what he figured out. Whether or not, I don't know what he based it on.
I think those numbers sound low for a premier center like that.
Premier, but also coming off of ACL.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to get a multi-year deal coming off an ACL. He's not Kirk Cousins.
Yeah,
this is ACL injury number 2. So
you just got to look at what they did. I mean, a guy said today that we got a steal when we signed JJ, and 3 months ago they were talking JJ for 13 or 14 million. So,
I was just happy that we was able to get him for less than 20. When I heard the numbers being 19, I was like, yes. Yeah. I was just glad we got him for less than 20.
They should have found a way to get the deal done. They probably could have got it done for less in the middle of last season. If they would, the huge jump in salary increase.
Yeah.
But we got him. We got him.
Yeah. I'm still in the fan or the fan club of no one player should make more than 10% of the salary cap. I'm going to say that till I'm done watching football. No one player with 53 players on your team, no one player should make more than 10% of the salary cap, because you are crippling teams with these quarterback contracts. Crippling teams.
Yeah, I was just looking to see if there's anything like Doug Van Dorn said last he heard he may have to retire. I haven't seen anything recently.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
On that, I mean, most of these reporters are just kind of drawn in terms of, it's like, hey, maybe it's significant, but we don't really know. And they're not doctors, so they're not going to have any information like that. It's all hearsay.
Yeah.
So they're the last people I would get medical information from, honestly.
But yeah, what I was going to say, Paige, was that really defeats having parity in the league when you got to pay a guy 25% of your budget.
It's incredible because out of all the major sports, now I only pay attention. I don't know much about soccer or hockey, but as far as basketball, football, and baseball, to have a team, more so in football, it's all about the 11 players than it is about one player. In the NBA, you can get away with having one good player.
Yeah.
In the NFL, you need all of them. So to have that disparity, to Foster's point, 25% of that salary going to one player, it cripples your team. I mean, outside of Mahomes and Brady, I don't know of a quarterback or a team that has won a Super Bowl with the quarterback not being on this rookie contract. Oh, I just thought about guy from Los Angeles. He just won it. Stafford. Yeah, but those three, other than that, all quarterbacks has won it. It's been on their rookie contract.
Yeah, I mean, the interesting thing is the NFL has a salary cap too. It's like $255 million.
Yeah, I think it's like 280 this year, and it's like
it might be. No, the 2024 is 250 255.4. Oh, they just increased the 30 million a team going into the season.
That's a lot of. I mean, oh my gosh, man! It's like, dude, you got to pay all that money. So you pay your quarterback, and once you didn't pay your quarterback, who do you have left? I mean, you got to try to pay a receiver. For heaven forbid, you try to get two receivers paid. You can't do that under that type of system. You got to pay one receiver, one left tackle, one defensive end, maybe one cornerback. Then all the rest of it is based on hope. I mean, it's just about hope because you can't pay them. You can't. I mean, if they have some success, you can't pay them.
They don't care though. That's the problem is they don't care because in the end, the fans pay for it all between their gambling and going to games and spending money on merchandise.
Well, yeah, I mean, I see that point.
That's the problem.
Hold on, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. The 2024 NHL salary cap is $87.7 million.
How much is it?
$87.7 million.
That's the NHL, you said?
Yeah. For some reason, it pulled up the NFL salary cap.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. You have guys doing these extremely long contracts in the NFL, the NHL, for peanuts compared to the other major sports. They just haven't let it run rampant like in baseball and to some cases the NFL in terms of their contracts.
I don't think the viewership there is for hockey, to be honest with you, because if I'm being totally straight, I've never watched a hockey game in my life, and no one I know in my circle has ever watched a hockey game in their life. So the viewership just isn't there. Now, NFL viewership is there. And my only argument is I'm not arguing the fact that, there's money to be made. It's just the fact that one player in the quarterback is making so much money that you cripple the rest of the team.
That's true. I mean, they're going to have to put the NFL's going to have to step in eventually. Otherwise, these quarterbacks are going to be making $50 to $75 million a year. I mean,
and remember, what was his name? The guy for the Rams. Wasn't he the last one to get the super big contract as a rookie? Sam Bradford. Wasn't he one of the last ones to get one of those as a rookie that coming in the league, and that's what made them change it because they said these contracts are just getting outrageous, so they changed it to that rookie scale, having a set limit. But now these veterans quarterbacks and man, $50 million a year. Come on, man, that's ridiculous. I'm sorry. I just and of course, we as Bears, we fans, the Bears never paid a quarterback that much because one hasn't proven himself to earn it yet. But can you imagine if we have to get to the point where we have to pay a quarterback that much money? We ain't gonna have these other players. Just not gonna have it.
Yep. It's all about just management. So far under the Ryan Poles regime, we've done pretty decent. Unfortunately, we had to sacrifice a young quarterback to do so.
Yeah, you don't get me started on that one. But even
that's done now at this point.
Well, even saying that though, he's able to manage the salary cap, but that's because he's not paying a quarterback. What happens when he does pay the quarterback? We're not going to have the sweat on the defense. We're not going to have a Jalen Johnson on the defense because if you're paying this quarterback $50, $60 million, you're not going to be able to play these other players. And that's the whole point I'm making. That's why I think it's so much at a disadvantage to your team when you're playing these quarterbacks more than 10% of the salary cap.
No, that's true. But I mean, we have to take into account too with the salary cap going up every year. Pretty good. I mean, who knows what we're going to have in terms of a salary cap in 4 years?
But look at Bosa. Even though the salary cap's going up, certain players still. I mean, what Bosa's getting a $34 million a year contract for San Francisco.
Yeah, but my point is we can probably afford to pay a larger quarterback salary in 4 years, just with the bloat from the revenue sharing and all that stuff when they increase the salary cap as the years go on. It just depends on how we use that extra dollar, the extra money we get in those those years between.
See, I disagree with that because
I disagree because they just keep raising everybody's salary, keeps going up though, man.
Yeah, I mean, because look at San
going up.
Francisco. San Francisco's able to pay Bosa, able to trade Trent Williams because of Purdy's $1 million a year contract. Once Purdy gets paid, I mean, let's say his contract comes up in a couple of years, he gets that contract, that $50 million a year contract. Gone is Trent Williams. Gone is Nick Bosa. Those guys are going to be gone because they're like, hey, we got to pay this quarterback, so we got to get rid of these guys. You see, they got rid of Eric Armstead already this year. And they still
he didn't want to take a pay cut, unfortunately. And Trent Williams is more likely going to retire at the end of this year.
Well, the point I'm making, though, is you ain't going to be able to pay those big contracts to other players because of your contract. Even in Kansas City, only one making a big money is Patrick Mahomes. No one else making big money.
True.
You can do it when you got the NFL and the referees helping you. And what's her name? Whatever that broad's name is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really prescribe to that. Like, you can't do it. You can always pay your players. It just depends on how you can negotiate in terms of what you have, right? So that extra money we got definitely helped us keep JJ in house. You can't deny that.
I agree.
More than likely did. So what are you going to do? If you save a couple $1 million off the top every year, that adds up.
That's what I say, man. I just believe no one player should make more than 10%. I take that to my grade. I take that to my grade. I just spread it around. We got 53 players. Mm-hmm. You can't tell me one player is so significant that he needs to make more than anybody else like that. Nope. Can't believe it.
Well, I mean, the interesting thing is, too, look at how they're restructuring all these deals down the road. I mean, they signed Mike Evans to a pretty hefty contract, and like a month later, they restructured it to open up more cap space.
See what I mean? And what happened to the Bears? When they did that, we got in trouble. That's why Pace had to get out of here and Pose had a clear house when he came. You can't do that. Not even be successful.
Yeah, but you can use that as a tool in order to. Everything works hand in hand when you're putting this budget together. So it's like, okay, I got to pay all these guys, right? It's like, well, we have the option to do this and bring in the extra money to help move that around and alleviate some stress elsewhere in the lineup.
I agree, Cliff. The quarterbacks does make NFL money, but so does your wide receivers. So does your defensive ends. I mean, maybe not your offensive lineman as much, but the quarterback wouldn't be the quarterback without the offensive line. So it kind of works hand in hand. I don't think the quarterback makes the NFL so much money that they need to be paid more than anybody else like this. I mean, I don't see it. I mean, yeah, they push the narrative, oh, don't touch the quarterback. Even when you sack him, make sure you don't fall on him. All these things they do to protect the quarterback. But at the end of the day, it's sometimes just your playmakers who really makes the NFL money. I mean, guys who can get the run after the catch. I mean, the guys who get sacks. I mean, I've always been a defensive guy. The first quarterback I ever liked in my life was Justin Fields. That's the first quarterback I really, truly liked. But other than that, I'm a defensive guy. I've always been drawn to the defensive guys. Your Khalil Macks, your Richard Dents, your Tommy Harrison. Those type players are the ones I've always been drawn to. So, yeah, quarterbacks make money, but so does other players. Because I never had I think I've bought maybe 15 jerseys in my life. I've never bought a quarterback jersey. Never.
That's 15 more than me.
Right. I mean, I got my Walter Payton, my Gale Sayers, my Dick Buckus, my Mike Singletary, my Briggs. I mean, I'm a defensive guy. My Tommy Harrison, my Devin Hester. I got a lot of different jerseys, even other teams because of the color. I mean, color coordinated. But I've never bought a quarterback's jersey.
Yeah, I mean, no, I'm actually in the same boat, PJ. Like, I really like the defensive side of the ball more than the offensive side, honestly. And like I said, Justin Fields was fun to watch. He definitely kept things interesting when we were kind of in the
Yes.
dumps.
Yes.
So there was that. So I can see why people got behind him when going got tough and we ended up moving him. At the same time, I'll just end it on this in terms of Justin Fields. I'm glad he's in Pittsburgh and he can continue his career, and I wish him the best. And that's that.
Did he make it back to the States yet?
I have no idea.
Okay. I was just checking.
So
idea.
that's what it is. And when Caleb Williams does get his card drawn at the NFL draft, and they say, Chicago Bears taking so and so, and he comes down, he'll be the next quarterback supported by the entire fan base. And we'll keep going, and we'll see where it pans out. The question is, can he accept coaching? We'll find that out soon enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Mhm.
scary stuff, man.
What scary stuff? The paneling behind you, Foster?
Just yeah. What tap noise coming from there?
Hearing the screams behind the paneling.
Just all the things that go into it with Caleb coming in and everything they've just done. It's scary stuff, man. To me.
Yeah.
Because I've just, and it's only because of what I've seen over the last 55 years of this team, man. So,
well, I mean, that's why I brought up the quote: "The past is the past." Like that's exactly what it is. You can't change it; it's done.
I get it.
We just have to live with it, and just once the season's over, it's in the books. You can't change it, and no amount of crying is going to change that. So,
right.
But if he fails that physical.
Well, I saw somebody make a post about that the next couple of days ago. It's like he hasn't actually passed his physical yet, so this trade is finalized.
Yeah.
Something insane. I was like, "Where's PJ?"
Yeah,
there you go.
That was him posted it. Don't let him tell you don't have accounts. He just doesn't want to tell everybody he's got these accounts.
He said use an alias.
Yeah, he's
I
out there getting all these fucking sideways narrative. Any sideways thing with Fields, it's coming from PJ. Any twist or any angle to have that whole scenario be a mess, it's coming from PJ. Don't let him kid you. He knows all about Twitter. Crap, I say.
Yeah, I mean, if the team goes in, takes Caleb Williams, great, and they take that number 9 pick and they grab the best defensive player they got, and we're able to show up two sides of the ball in terms of those 2 draft picks, and then we have 2 other ones, and grab a wide receiver that can fill in, and I don't know what you want with that other pick, whatever, best available, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, the 75th pick.
Yeah,
I think honestly, if we go with all three of us agreed that we ought to go with the defensive end. I think at the 75th, then I'm looking at either Cedric Van Pran or a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Be it Rice, Rice boy, Brandon Rice. Yes.
And then
I'm looking at those 2.
124, whatever that is, 144.
Now 122.
122.
122, I would probably look at
offensive line.
Depending on whether or not I got Cedric Van Pran or Rice. Now, if I got Cedric Van Pran, 122, I'm probably looking at a wide receiver or a defensive tackle. Because we only got 3 defensive tackles right now. That's what I'm saying. And that's part of my argument, or that is my argument. We have so many holes that 4 picks are not enough to fill them. It's just not.
I agree. That's been my argument from the day the season ended, man. Not the 4 picks ain't enough, but we didn't have enough ammo to. We're all in.
Right.
From where we're at to okay, it's win now. Wait, what? Shouldn't we do that next year? Nope. We're doing it now. Okay.
Yeah, 122. I'm looking at players like I like Jordan Jefferson from LSU, defensive tackle. I like Beebe, the guard
Guard.
from
Yeah.
Kansas, and
Yeah.
then I like the guard from Texas A&M. He was ranked higher, but now he's kind of slipped. I forgot his name, but he's the guard from Texas A&M. And then I also like the kid out of Michigan, Zinter out of Michigan.
Zach Zenner, yeah.
Yeah, Zinter. So those are players I'm liking, but there's different ways you can go, man. I mean, but it's still to me not enough. Just not enough.
Okay, Adam. I'm joking because Adam Mason is a Zach Zenner fanatic.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he pulls him in every draft. I thought you would know that by now.
Well,
But what I was going to say, though, two pages there, I believe, and I'm checking right now. There should be a couple centers right there, man. That
Bortolini you was talking about, I know.
yeah. Mason McCormick, the guard out of fucking South Dakota State.
Yeah, because I'm looking at the Pro Football Network, the mock draft simulator now. I just ran it just to get to 75 and see where it is. So they have Van Pran, Granger at 73, and the next one below him is Bortolini at 130.
Oh, wow. Okay.
In terms of center, and then Christian Mahogany at 78, Brandon Coleman 119. Wide receivers, you can still get Ricky Pearsall, Jalen McKillen, Johnny Wilson, Malik Washington, even Brendan Rice to 130. So they have Brendan Rice at 130.
Great.
So you could theoretically take. Let me just take Cedric Van Pran just for fun and see who comes up at 122.
You know how we should definitely be able to get like Isaiah Adams because I think he's looking at 130, 140.
Is that the guy out of Illinois?
Yep, that's the guy at Illinois. He's a good player, man. He could be solid.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brandon Rice is gone at 122 for this draft.
Right.
But you can still get Luke McCafferty or Taj Washington.
Taj is kind of short for me. 5'8".
You see, he's 5'9", 174. He's not a big guy.
Yeah, we already got enough guys. I mean, short guys.
It's going to be like 2 years ago. McCaffrey won't be there, I think. I don't know if you remember the draft we took Vellis.
Yeah.
Because Watson was actually supposed to be there, if you remember this. And the Packers took him, and then they took after Vellis, which is the guy I wanted. They took Romeo Doubs.
Oh, okay.
But I just McCaffrey talk's been all over the place, man. There's a lot of people that are very high on him, and
he should be coming up. Coming up boards.
That actually might be the case with Tanner Bortolini too. There's a lot of talk on him too, man.
True.
So that's why I was saying, because I believe that's. I said this. I think I said it last week, or I said it on somebody else's show. I was on a show or two. I don't even remember. Very briefly. Tanner Bortolini is this year's Jack Sanborn, but he's going to be drafted.
Right.
Because I still thought Sanborn should have been drafted in the 5th or 6th round, but whatever.
Now, I see Cliff mention Connor Williams. He likes Connor Williams rather than Van Pran. My thought on Van Pran is this. Van Pran is a 3-year starter. 3-year starter at center, so he has the experience. 2 of those 3 years, they won national championships. So he's a proven winner. So I can't just casually pass that by. I mean, I know certain people are not high on him, but I like Van Pran. He's strong, got pretty decent mobility. If I can get him with that 75th pick, I'm all over it. I'm with Robbie. Yes, I really like Van Pran. I like him, especially if I can get him at 75.
Yeah, plus if you can sit him behind, Shelton Coleman for a year and just let him do his thing and learn the offense a bit and get ready to go. I mean, he should take to it pretty easily.
Yep.
And he was calling the shots at the line for Georgia. So
3-year starter.
Yeah.
2 national championships.
And that's what you're forgetting about Coleman too. Coleman started 2 years in a row for Los Angeles. Or the Rams. I'm going to call them the Rams. I keep calling them St. Louis.
I thought he only was a 1-year starter.
2.
2? Okay.
Yeah.
Here's another guy I forgot to mention because I couldn't remember his damn name. Bo Lemer out of Arkansas.
Oh yeah.
He's in the 130s too at the latest. And I just looked at my thing, Walt. It's got Bornolini on the Pro Fort footballs. They've got him listed at 129. So I'm just saying,
Right.
there's a little variance. But Bo Lemer's a 2-year start. The guy's 6'4", 305 pounds. He got a 9.83 on the RAS.
Here's a
He's an
fun
athletic
fact.
guy, and I believe the other thing is he fits this system.
Here's a fun fact. Lemur from Arkansas, like the guy that Kansas City drafted when Poles was there, Humphreys from Arkansas. Yeah.
Reed Humphreys.
So he's from Arkansas as well. So maybe a possibility.
Dude, I had us getting in my draft because I thought no way we were going to take Fields. I had us trading back. And we took the old quarterback for Houston. I can't remember his name, man. He's the guy that won the game that got us the first round pick, the quarterback. So I had him, and I ended up. Yeah.
David
well,
Mills?
that was going to be my. I went back and got a bunch of picks, and I ended up with Creed Humphrey, Trey Smith, Davis Mills. I ended up getting Graham, who we actually got that year. And I actually drafted Larry Borum in that one, too, man. I went back and I built up the team because we were so shut shit down.
I think Chicago needs to hire you there, bud. I'm just saying. If they can't hire you as a scout, the least they can do is hire you as a Santa Claus stand-in.
You're getting closer to that wall behind me, Peach.
Whether you know it or not. Make you closer and closer. Come on over, PJ. I got to show you something.
Yep. Check it out, dude.
Well, what burns into my mind is Foster standing behind Shorty and Chris when they were at the house. He's just like got that smile on his face, like, "Bye, guys."
I should have went in the kitchen. I got a knife this big. I should have went up behind him with the knife. That would have been hilarious. I wish I was thinking.
I'm telling you right now, Foster. If I'm ever around you, you better not have no knife, brother. I'm telling you now.
How about a gun?
Ooh, I would have to check my pants after that one.
Oh,
have a good night, Mark. Good seeing you. Thanks for joining us, Mark.
Get some rest, buddy.
Man.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I like to see we're all in agreement here. I mean, like I said, the big wild card is if a wide receiver is available, and do they really value that more at number 9?
Right, at this point in time.
It remains to be seen. So,
is there any other wide receivers in the free agency that's appealing?
Hunter Renfrow is still out there. The guy from the Raiders. He's not
appealing.
bad.
He's not appealing though. Him and Keenan Allen plays the same position.
I'm just saying he's out there.
Yeah, that's why I say anyone out there appealing.
Did Odell Beckham get signed yet? I know he's 31. DJ Shark.
Now DJ Shark, he kind of sounds intriguing.
Josh Reynolds got picked up yesterday or today.
Yeah, that's another nice one.
I mean,
what about that Peoples guy that people was talking about? Played with Cleveland in Detroit.
I thought somebody signed him. Yeah, I don't see him on the list anymore. Some interesting names would be like Julio Jones or Randall Cobb. Those guys are old as dirt.
I would if you could get a league minimum contract for Renfrow and just sign him, I might be very interested in doing, dude. A veteran minimum deal, maybe a little more. If you could swing it, I don't know. Again, it depends on what Poles wants to do with what's in the coffers. You got to just take that into consideration. Just because the guy on Cliff got it, he says it right here. Renfrow is a first down machine. He wasn't last year because the inconsistent line play and the inconsistent quarterback. I think they had 4 different quarterbacks starting in Vegas, dude.
Well, we can always go back and get Chase Claypool.
No, thank you. We've done that one already, man. Let's really mess up that locker room. We just got traded Justin. Let's bring Claypool back to.
Am I not mistaken? Didn't Pittsburgh get rid of that other?
You know what, Walt? Just for saying that, dude, you're out.
Didn't
Just 'cause he
Pittsburgh get
brought
rid of
it
that
up.
other receiver they had that was not going after the fumble?
Yeah, no, they dealt him to where did
Yeah.
they send him?
So they did get rid of him. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been having some. Yeah, that's two bad receivers there. Yeah.
I don't remember where they moved him to. I know it was like him and a pick swap for a cornerback and something
Yeah.
else.
They got him up out of there. I know that. Like,
What about Scantling?
I think nah.
He's only 29.
Yeah, too many drop passes.
Yeah, didn't he lead them in drop passes last year? He might have
Something
led
like
the NFL.
that, yeah.
He might have led the NFL in drop passes last year.
He
Yeah.
probably did.
Look it up. It's bad. Because Kansas City thought, oh, we'll this will work with the wide receiver room. They had a couple unknowns in him, man.
Yeah.
I had all three of those receivers on my fantasy team just because of Mahomes. It never paid off once. Even the running back that was getting shit, he would get no freaking points for most of the season, man.
I mean, this might cost too much money, but you can maybe look into like a Michael Gallup type player. He's only 28.
Coming off an ACL, right?
Then I know he got released, but I don't know what injuries he had.
Yeah.
Maybe 2 years ago he had the ACL. Let me answer this question by Plank here. Plank says, how is it that Steelers always know when to part ways with players? I think it comes from a place that the head coach is secure in his position. It's not necessarily, oh, I have to have this guy in order to win these games, in order to keep my jobs. He come from a position of, hey, if this guy ain't fitting, he got to go. And when you have that type of security, man, you can make some good, solid moves. But when you're desperate, trying to win games, trying to keep your job, you're likely to keep players that you probably know you shouldn't keep. You'll take risks, kind of like we did with that Ratliff guy, or not Ratliff, the guy from San Francisco. When he had a domestic violence, I think, and something like that. And George McCaskey said, well, I talked to his mom, and after talking to his mom, I discovered he was a good player. Bears signed him. McDonald, that's his name. Then he came here and within 2 weeks got arrested or something like that. And I'm like, come on, man. Come on.
I guess they really bullshitted him. I think it's this, Plank. It's an honest evaluation. You can see when there's deterioration, and you yank the Band-Aid off, whether it's money involved or not.
That's if you're secure, though. If you're not a secured head coach, you would take a chance.
Yeah.
You'll take a chance. I mean, like, hey, let's give this guy a try because, I need to win these games and he can help me win. I'm going to ignore some of this other stuff because as long as he can help me win games, I'm there. But if you secure, say, hey, you ain't worried about losing your job, man, no, this guy ain't fitting what I want. He got to go.
I don't get it, Peach, because I'm totally insecure and I take chances every day.
But you're not insecure about your job, though.
Just everything else.
Oh, yeah. That's different.
Yeah. What the hell what was that conversation about? That's it, dude. You're done.
Did he pull himself?
Pull himself? What? What? I'm looking like, whatever the votes are.
Just for bringing that up, I felt I needed to be pulled.
Man. So we got anything else, guys?
I think we pretty much hit on every topic tonight, and
I think we're good. Anybody in the chat got anything real quick?
Yeah, guys in the chat, you got any questions for us?
Let's see. I think they've been having a nice conversation. J2K and Leonidas over there.
Hey, the guys in the chat, they tend to keep themselves going. They go without us. But Plank, STC, I want to say thank you guys for joining us in the chat. Mr. Mayhem, good to see you as well. Thank you guys. Robbie, come up, of course. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, go ahead and ask. We can hang out and chit chat for a little while here.
I gotta get the steak out of my teeth, guys.
Dang. Brushing teeth. That's a first. Brushing your teeth on the air. Whew, we ain't talking about food, but man, he brushes teeth on air. Okay.
I'm gonna go home and go to bed, man. I'm exhausted. I've been up since 6. Didn't get a nap either. Damn it.
No need to apologize, J2K, man. You all good with us.
Hey, Cliff, did you miss our conversation? I'm staying at 9. I'm not trading. I'm staying. I'm picking.
Yeah. I don't know if you heard me or not, Cliff. I said I'm staying at 9 unless Turner and Verse are there at 9, and then I trade down to like 12, 13, and then pick one of them up there.
I'm staying at 9, taking Turner. If he's not there, I will trade back and grab Verse. Somehow. STC got it right. Floster.
Good one.
Fucking Floster.
Well, here's your remedy from Doug Van Dorn.
Foster, I'm telling you, it's so much easier to get dentures and just put the whole damn thing into a glass of water when you're through eating. I just don't want to go that route, dude. I'll just keep what I got.
See, J2K, I don't know how much that affects this year's draft at this moment in time. It's too far away to really have a lasting effect. I mean, you're going to go in with 9 picks at the moment, so you can use those picks and parlay them into something now. You, of course, can do that. So that might affect things. But in terms of picking X player next year, that changes on a dime. That could change 2 days before next year's draft.
Now, that's one thing I wouldn't want to do this year. I'm not trying to trade any of our top 4-round picks for a player this year. I'm like, no, because we don't know what's going to happen next year. So I want to have that storage over there of draft picks and possibly even get more. Because I'm not trying to. I'm not a fan of trading future draft picks. I'm not. I mean, I'm a fan of getting as many future draft picks as we can. That's why I was so hopeful of a trade now to get even more future first round draft picks, because to Foster, I think it was you that said in your lifetime you never seen us get 2. No, if it wasn't you, it's probably Swifty.
Yeah.
2 top 10 picks in the same draft. Man.
Yeah.
I'm loving that.
Yeah, until the nicest question, he stays asking if Jared Verse's age is what's stopping us from picking him. And personally, no. And 23 isn't that old. Technically, it's old in prospect years, I guess, if you want to get real, hair splitting about it. But I just feel that Dallas Turner's speed. I mean, Jared Verse is fast, but Turner is a hair faster.
Let me be clear there, Leonidas. I prefer Verse over Turner. I mean, I know Walt likes Turner more. I like Verse more. But that's what I'm saying. I mean, but if I know that Turner's projected to go before Verse, that's why I say if both of them there, I'm trading back. But if Turner's gone, I'm definitely taking Verse at 9.
See,
yeah,
I agree with you, PJ. I'm in I won't say that exact scenario because I keep thinking in my head where there's Odonze and Turner are the guys there at 9. And if you get the right team to trade with and they got to have an Odonze or even one of the linemen if he falls, like the Jets,
Mm-hmm.
They're picking at 10, man. If there's
Mhm.
if there's a lineman there, an offensive lineman there, and they're willing to give me a third next year or a third this year, or just to move up that one spot, especially if I can get it this year,
Oh yeah.
and then I could still take Verse or Dallas, whoever Poles wants.
Right.
That's really the key. Which guy does he want? Because if he wants Verse, then I see him trading back at 9 and picking up a pick this year, man.
Yeah, so Verse and Turner is like a 1A, 1B kind of a
Right.
battle for
Right.
me. I'd
Right.
be happy with either one, and
Me too.
so I don't really care which one we get in terms of that.
Right.
But just having watched pretty much the majority of Dallas Turner's college career from 2021 up to now, you've seen a definite progression in terms of his play style. He got a little bit overshadowed from Will Anderson, that's for sure. But to go from 2022 to now, you see a huge jump in his pass rush arsenal. He's start busting out a spin move that wasn't there the year before. He's got kind of like that Von Miller ghost technique because he has such those long arms. He can use those to kind of get around defenders. Verse is
Yes.
fine, but Verse is more your traditional, like, I'm just going to bulldoze you over, and that's all I'm going to do. He
Yeah.
does have the speed to get around guys, but the majority of the time, he's just going to run through you.
I think that Washington will help out Verse a lot, being the defensive coordinator and a former defensive line coach. I think he would help Verse out a lot. I think the thing that impresses me most about Verse is the fact that he is strong enough, I think, for the NFL to where he can set that edge. I don't know if Turner can. I'm not saying he can't. I don't know if he can. And I think there's room for Verse to even learn more. Yeah, he is 23, going to be 24, but I still think he can learn, and Washington will help him out. I don't know. I'm concerned about Turner's weight and whether or not he can set that edge. But as a player wise, yeah, when I watch the tape, man, he's a go getter. Turner, he's a go getter, no doubt.
Yeah, he's got that, like, I feel like he's kind of wasted dropping into coverage. He can do it, and he isn't that bad. He's a little lackadaisical at times, but he's got like that streak in him where he's gonna get in your face. He's gonna be chirping on the line to guys, especially after plays. So
Yeah.
he does kind of have that alpha male type personality,
Yeah.
and a lot of people saying, "Oh, he's underweight. He's like 240 and some change." Like, that's fine. And he already said himself he's gonna bulk up to 250 plus.
Cool.
There, like that's his weight that he wants to sit at. He feels the strongest there. So let him. But the good thing is, it's going to take a little bit of time. So that's why it's better off to have a guy like Sweat be your main and a guy like Turner be your offhand, so to speak. And then he can sit there and kind of take his lumps as a rookie and not be completely relied upon to go in there and get to the quarterback, which he can do.
Right.
So there's that. But like I said, he's young. He's 22. You could definitely make a huge change and mold him into whatever you want him to be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There was Plank said something about the Dan Campbell thing, saying that Dan Campbell, he asked a question, Dan Campbell, did you guys see where Dan Campbell said he's happy that Fields no longer, that was Leonidas. I'm sorry, that was Leonidas.
Yeah.
That he's happy that Fields no longer is in the division, or they don't have to play him against that. I'm like, yeah. I mean, he was a double threat. He was a dual threat. So you're happy when players like that are no longer around, because although we as fans may not I'm sorry, that was Plank. We as fans may not like the way he played, being Fields, but coaches having to prepare for that, it's a nightmare for him. I mean, because you try to take away something and then he can kill you with something else.
Well, the Bears they almost beat them twice. I mean, that was very difficult for them, man. And we screwed up the first game. But all the stuff out of Green Bay is we're sad he's gone. So just
but the intelligence level in Green Bay isn't that high. So
yeah, that's
I think that Devin Hester jersey you have back there is actually higher than the combined intelligence of Green Bay, Foster.
Never heard anything about from any of the Minnesota people. Nobody's even mentioned that Fields is gone. Seriously.
I mean,
But
there's
if
reasons
you
he's
don't,
gone, and he definitely was a dual threat option. You could either beat you with the arm, beat you with legs. The problem is that he kind of got stuck into beating everyone with his legs, and that's all we know about him.
Yeah.
So,
Is what it is, man.
see, I'm not even going to respond to that one. I won't be quiet on that one. See, I don't.
I mean, I'm not saying he can't throw the ball. It's just given the situation, he had to beat you with his legs, and unfortunately, that became his go-to.
I think
Yeah.
it came down to a situation of you either
Swifty, beat my spouse. No, in
what's
the
up there,
house.
Swifty? I think you either stand back there, get sacked, or escape the pocket and run. I can't fault the man for escaping the pocket and running.
Oh no. That's not what I'm saying. That I fault
Yeah.
him in any way, shape, or form. I'm not. I'm just saying what happened to him was he ended up being put in that situation,
Oh yeah,
and
oh yeah,
that became the norm for him.
yeah.
So it is what it is. I mean, you get a guy like Caleb Williams who kind of had that same situation in college. I mean, his offensive line wasn't that as bad as people make it out to be, but his always was, I'm going to get downfield. I'm going to throw it. I'm only looking forward. So, I mean, hopefully he can translate that into the NFL, which would be great.
What's up, Bizzo Joe?
Bizzo Joe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still, I'm still watching Swifty, Adam, tape on my own of Caleb. I'm listening to their takes, and I'm not there yet. I ain't gonna lie to you guys. I'm not there yet. I mean, call me wrong, call me whatever. Like I said, I'm in the 5 stages of grief. I'm still in denial. So I'm not there with him yet because too many times when I see him drop back, I didn't see him hit a guy right then and there when he did his 3rd step, 5th step, whatever. He didn't throw the ball right away. He'll then dance around in the pocket, then throw an off platform throw. I've seen too many of those to where I wonder what is it going to be like in the NFL when he's not going to be able to dance around like that.
You kind of got to go back a little further, though, into his state. But last year was a little bit of an anomaly. So if you look into Oklahoma and even
Oklahoma, he did play better, yes.
Yeah. So if you go back in there, then you'll see it a little more. I mean, if you're looking at just last year, then yeah, you can definitely say like, oh, he did this all the time. But because even I saw it, and there was a couple instances in Utah and UCLA where guys were just wide open, and he was like, nope, I'm not going there, and he either had to throw the ball away or he took a lesser option.
Right. Swift asked, did we see his response today about his nails? I did not.
I
didn't watch it yet though.
What did he say? What did he say? I mean, if you
I don't
guys
know, but earlier, Peach, you sounded like an AA meeting. 3rd step, 5th step. Tune in next week when PJ learns acceptance.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, because I ain't there yet. I'm still in denial. I'm trying to tell you, I'm in denial. I'm still thinking, hey, Fields ain't passed that physical, so he got a chance to come back. Is it Swifty? Is it on your channel?
I'm gonna have to go watch this Caleb Williams video with the.
Is it on Swifty's channel?
I don't know. I'll find it on YouTube. You can find it. But I'm gonna do that before I crash, man. So maybe we hit the chat and roll on out.
Did you see what Swifty said? I'm bad at you,
He says, quote, his phone is pink, but his nails are clear and his lips are naturally pink, but your girl loves them.
I ain't touching that one.
You know my saying. Shouldn't believe everything you think there on that last line. Your girl loves them.
Hey, I ain't mad at him. If he confident like that, you go ahead and have it, brother.
I mean, the thing is with the iPhone, they're pushing those pastel colors anyway, so I wouldn't think too much into it.
I don't give a crap one way or the other. The guy better just fucking play on the field and they better win. Now. Mm-hmm. That's what Cole said. Win now.
Now, I do know a lot of guys who actually were clear nail polish. It kind of looked pink. They would wear clear nail polish. Some guys I know.
What bars are you hanging out in, dude?
Hey, you got to understand. I've been around a lot of different people in my lifetime there, Foster. So I just
I
saying,
know.
I've seen a lot of different guys with
I'm joking.
clear nail polish that kind of looked pink, but it was actually clear. So, I mean, I'm not going to disparage anybody that wears nail polish. I mean, some I wouldn't do, but hey,
Actually,
whatever floats your boat.
You'd be surprised, especially on the TV sets. When I was doing TV shows, how many guys have the perfect manicures with the clear nail polish on? I mean, not myself, but
yeah,
it's out there.
It is. It is. It truly
that's
is.
their choice. Don't really care. Just do your job, man.
Do your job.
Do your job.
You should put some like rhinestones on there too, try to freak people out.
Oh my goodness, man! I don't know if I could handle that one though. Rhinestones. Goes that on?
That would really freak people out.
Pink is pink. Yes, Cliff. Absolutely.
Raspberry lemonade is the best lemonade. I promise you. God,
it is really good.
Oh my goodness!
And you know what? He can't be any worse than Rodman. That's true.
I'll take 3 championships, please.
Ooh, yeah.
Rodman's got 3 or 4 rings.
Rodman,
yeah,
has 5.
Yeah, I was gonna say he got a couple in Detroit, or at least one in Detroit, right?
Did he get one in San Antonio? He got 2 in Detroit.
He got 2 in Detroit.
Yeah, I think Detroit won once. I mean, twice.
Oh, okay.
And he got one in. Did he get one in San Antonio?
I don't know.
I don't know.
But Detroit won twice.
Really freaking curious now. How many rings, NBA title rings, did Dennis Rodman win?
Just say, how many did Detroit win?
5.
I told you that. 2 in Detroit, right?
89, 90, and then 3 with the Bulls. So he didn't get one in San Antonio.
Okay. Yeah. I think Robert Horry has 7, if I'm not mistaken.
GCA and Do It All 36. Welcome, man. Well, thank you.
Do it all.
Do 36. It all. That's what she said. Definitely.
Any other questions, guys?
Yeah, Peach, I got one question, dude.
Uh-oh. I will not help you. I will not help you hide a body behind that camera.
Oh, well, no, never mind. Good night, everybody. Stay safe, and we'll kill you next week. I was just gonna ask you when you were gonna hit up to the chat.
Oh,
thank him.
Well,
I do got something else too. You know what, Peach? Let me do this first.
Okay.
And then this will lead you right into your thing. All right, guys. Thanks everybody for being here tonight. Please like and subscribe. Tell a couple friends, and they'll tell 2 friends, and we'll get a few more viewers here. We'll get a few more people to mess around with in the chat. So if you're going to make any wagers here coming up, because we've got everything going on starting tonight, this weekend: basketball, baseball, hockey, basketball. BetUS. You get $125, 125% of your initial deposit. Helps us out.
Yes.
Maybe you can make a few bucks. And PJ.
And if you're going to bet, please bet responsibly. Always bet responsibly. I do want to give a shout out to the other networks. Swift Sports, Adam Mason, Nomad Network, Barroom Network. Those are different podcasts that I watch that I find entertaining. Give good content. Windy City Breeze. I think they're doing strictly Patreon these days, but yeah, these different ones. I mean, I'm never to the point where I'm in competition with another network. That's not what I drive my podcasting thing about. It's not me trying to be better than someone else. I want to be a better version of myself, but I'm not trying to discredit no other network. They do their thing, we do our thing, and there are other networks out there that I find enjoyable. And because I see some of you guys in the chat over there, and hey, it's good to see you. I mean, I think Swift put up good product. Although he never brought me on as a guest, I'm throwing that out there, Swift. But yeah, I do check out other ones, and I find it enjoyable. And I thank you guys for putting out that contact, and uh, it increases my knowledge. Gives me because a lot of times I'm not able to because I don't have Twitter, so I don't catch a lot of things like you guys catch, and you guys put it out there. And uh that podcast that Swift has, that new one, what is the Monsters of the Gridiron? Yeah, that's another one. I mean, good content. I mean, good takes. I mean, got Samuel over there. I mean, Will Wright, good guys out there. I mean, good guys doing content, man. And I encourage you guys, check them out. Check out these different podcasts, man, and get their views, get their takes, get their opinions. Have at it. I encourage it. I truly encourage it.
Yeah, and you guys know about the Barroom Network, and don't forget about Nick over there at Just Another Year. And that's being
Yes.
Bears fans, we are so fortunate. There's almost
Absolutely.
always content on that you could keep going through, because I can never. There's 5 or 6 podcasts that I can't think of that are newer that I'm watching. I couldn't even tell you the name of them. And I'm talking
Coach
to guys.
T.
And another guy I want to shout out to anybody, my buddy Paul and Dan, Out of the Box Entertainment, man.
Right.
Check those guys out. They just did a show tonight, they're doing every division, and they're breaking it down. They're breaking it down to who they're missing, what players they need to take at what draft picks, down to the name. So
Right.
they did the NFC North first, and I was actually invited to go on, and I missed the invite. So I would have definitely hyped that up, but they got a lot of good things going on over there, because they're covering a lot of the NFL stuff. They talk a lot of Bears. They talk NFC Central. They talk all the divisions. So you can kind of get an idea from those guys. It's Out of the Box Entertainment. They've got like 10 or 15 shows. They've got a Raiders show and a Giants show and a Red, whatever Washington's team name is this year, and the Giants. So they're all over the place. They've even got a wrestling show over there too, man.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have Paul on here. He's been in the chat with us before, but he hasn't been on the show yet. He's actually an attorney, and then he's running all these different shows. So now it's really busy time of the year, but if you're not just football. But we're fortunate to have the content, man.
Yeah, Coach T. I know J2K's over there with him. Man,
Coach
they
T,
put up some good content.
Bears 360.
Yeah, Coach T's 360, and then Harrison Graham with the Bears now. I mean,
there's
a lot of a lot of good guys out there, man. Unbearable Sport, all these good guys out there, and I'm not one to discourage anyone from watching anybody's podcast. I mean, I'm glad you guys chose to spend your evening with us and listen to what we had to say. But I encourage you, man. I mean, good content out there. I think Bears has got to be the number one podcasters with all these different podcasts. I mean, because J2K, I don't know if he's on the Coach T actually showing his face, but he has good knowledge, man. J2K, as far as draft prospects, man, listen to J2K. Oh man, that J2K, he can give you a wealth of knowledge. So yeah, guys, check them out, man. Check out these different ones, man. I mean, Nomad's good with his breakdowns with players as well. Samo from the Mod podcast. Am I pronouncing that right? The Monsters of the Gridiron. Him on there with Will Wright and Swifty, as well as Veal. Man, good guys, man. Good guys.
Good 3 points.
Yes.
Bill's 3 Point Stand podcast.
Yeah, check him out.
He's not doing a lot of podcasting, but he's always got some good stuff on Twitter, which you don't get to see it, PJ, but he's always got stuff on Twitter. Really deep diving into stuff, man. He goes into some deep details. So that's another guy that I really like.
Yeah. Did you see what Vizzo Joe said?
What?
Vizzo Joe says, TT&L if you like being yelled at and negativity. I ain't going to go there, man. I ain't going to go there with you. But
I stopped watching
hear what you're saying, man.
Because I would say something. I literally went on and I said, no, man, you need to look at this guy. And they're like, no, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah. Then the very next week, they're talking about the guy and they're saying all this good stuff. And I said, hey, that last week and you guys all said I was an asshole. And then Phil or somebody turned around and goes, well, he wasn't on the depth chart then. I'm like, what the fuck does that have to do with it?
What did I walk into?
You're the one doing all this in-depth shit.
Oh.
Nothing. Just all the podcasts out there and thanking people. And I threw a little TNL story in there. So I haven't really watched. I have not watched or even looked at it since the day they did that to me.
Yeah, we try not.
I'm gonna die, guys. I got a problem, man. My battery's gonna die here. So if I don't see ya, everybody stay fucking safe.
Do you have a plug?
Okay, Foster. I do want to say though,
find it.
We try real hard on this channel not to encourage or even partake in talking about people. I mean, we can disagree with each other, but let's try to be respectful. And that's something we really try hard to do, is stay respectful even in our disagreements. I don't expect everyone to agree with me and agree with my takes, but let's just please stay respectful. And yes, of course, Cliff, Aldo, man, his barroom shows are just fantastic. I like listening to him and Dan and him and Greg. I mean, all these shows, like I said, many different podcasts, man, that we that's out there that we watch. I encourage you guys to watch, learn as much as you can about the Bears, be entertained. But that's where I try to get my information from, because I'm not like Foster and Walt have the Twitter and able to pull it up and all that other stuff. But I got Facebook though.
Facebook 1927 there.
Yeah,
at least they ain't got MySpace.
You know how those old guys are, Walt.
I listen to my music on Napster.
Man, I still got cassette tapes, man. What you know about?
Look at PJ's over there playing the Nintendo 8-bit system still.
But I don't have no paneling.
That's true.
Well, not everybody can have paneling.
I mean, PJ might just walk up and say, hey, I got the new release on Laserdisc here.
Okay. That's one thing I do though. I still buy, when I buy movies from Walmart, like Aquaman or whatever, I make sure I buy the hard copy as well as then have it the one I can stream too. So I have both.
On beta.
Ooh. That's something I can say I never had was beta.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I had VHS, but I never had beta.
Yeah, no, I don't think we ever had. Maybe my parents had beta, probably not. I know we had VHS. I think that was the oldest I can go back to.
Can I
VHS,
say something?
DVD and beta. Somebody I know had beta, but I mean that was gone pretty damn quick, man.
I gotta say something to Walden. This is not meant to be disrespectful, but I gotta say it.
Here we go.
Yeah. I mean, I tried, but Walt is younger than my youngest child. And I'm like, so when he said my parents, I was like, wait a minute, he talking about people my age.
God. You make me feel young. I'm 36, man.
Wow, my oldest is 40.
Yeah, my oldest will be 40 this year.
Mine too.
Damn.
Very soon.
My youngest is 37.
My youngest is 20. What year is it? 2024. So he's 23.
I don't feel that bad now.
Yeah, see, there you go. See?
There you go.
Man. What's scary though is when I talk, because like I told you guys before, my parents had 10 children, and I'm number 9. So my older brothers and sister, I identify a lot with them because they're my brothers. So when I hear people talk about, oh yeah, I was born in back in 1951, I'm like, 1951 isn't all that old to me because that's when my parents were married. So man, I mean that's not that old to me. I know, 73 years ago, but yet still.
Oh dear. Get you with the times, I guess.
Aren't you glad I'm not saying I did the March on Washington though? 1968. Not.
That's
Wasn't me. I
boring.
wasn't there.
You did the original one in 1861.
Well, you was out there for the Boston Tea Party, wasn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Foster did the etching of that.
Yeah, right.
I printed it. Crap.
Yes, Doug
My
Van
battery's gonna
Dorn.
die in a second. I can't find my cord.
My parents was born in 1951. My sister was born in 1951 as well. That's a debate me and my parents had until the day they died. That's a debate. I mean, that's something I always talk to them about. I mean, mind you, I have the utmost respect for my parents. Let me be clear about that. But I had a relationship with them where first of all, I never cussed around them, never disrespected them. Don't get me wrong, but I could always tease them. One of the things I teased them about, I'm like, y'all got married in February of 1951. My sister was born in October of 1951. That's only 8 months. What's really going on there? I thought it took 9 months. My mom, I loved that. Her favorite lie was she came early.
Yeah,
she was born premature. Like
it definitely could happen. I mean, I think I've told you I was 3 months premature myself.
See, I'm telling you, but that was always going joke between me and my parents. I was like, man, every time I think about that, good memories of my parents. So thank you guys for that memory.
How come all the preemies I know are big guys?
Well, we got to make up for being small.
I know that's a preemie. What?
We got to make up for being small when we came in.
I guess so, because everybody I know, and I know like counting you, it's like 16 guys, and they're all
give
guys.
them steroids,
and they're all big guys, all of them, man.
They give them steroids,
dude. When I was born, I was like 10 pounds, 8 ounces, 30 inches long. I was insanely big. Swear to God. Until like 3rd grade, I was one of the biggest kids, and then they kept growing, and I stopped. So I think I was like 5'8", 130 in 3rd grade. No.
Well,
yeah, I mean, it's funny because my dad watched the show, and he always tell me he could hold me in the palm of his hand, and I had to wear doll clothes.
Wow. Because I know my grandson, he was born prematurely, and he came out, and they had to give him like steroids because his lungs was underdeveloped.
Sounds about right.
So yeah, that happened because I know his brothers teased him and said, "Oh, you good at football because you was a steroid baby." I was like, "Is that what it is?" He's like, "Yeah, he's a steroid baby."
The original steroid era. Swifty was 3 months preemie.
Oh, 3 months.
He's not a big guy, so that's one that
God bless you. God bless you, Swifty.
And Leo Factor.
That was Leo Factor.
Leo Factor was 3 months too.
Jeez.
And
this is the show of the previous.
I've seen a couple pictures of Leo on Twitter, I think.
Mr. Mayhem. He was 2 months premature. This is the show of preemies. That's what we all have in common. We're all preemies.
I want heights and weights, man. I want to know what you guys weigh.
The only reason why I want to know how much you weigh is because he's trying to fit you behind that paneling. Gotta make sure he has enough room.
That's why I need the heights too, dude.
Oh man.
I'm gonna take Swifty out. I'm gonna take Swifty out, put him in the paneling, and just kind of do myself and see if I can pass for him on his show. I have to put bamboo on his fingernails or something so I can get codes and all the information I need. You good for it, Swifty? I got a knife.
Man, Leo Factor says he's 5'10", 210 pounds.
See, he's
can
a
you
big
take
guy.
him, Foster?
He's a big guy.
I mean, I'm just saying, can you fit him behind that
panel or something? But that's about it, dude. I don't know where you want me to take him.
I'm talking about taking him behind that panel.
Nah, filling up, man. I'm getting a new house.
Oh, okay, all right.
Say, yeah, can you imagine just whoever buys this house from Foster just pulls down the paneling one day and like a body falls on top of him?
They'd be digging for the next 5 years trying to find more and more bodies.
You guys see Scroty's out there in chat? Mr. Scrote Fitz?
Well, is that Scroty or is that the Dan?
Scrody, you should have been in bed 2 hours ago. It's after midnight.
Doug Van Dorn, 6'1", 250 pounds. Man, at one time he was 6'2" and 210
All those
pounds.
preemies are big. Swifty's
That's
the only
Superman's
exception.
height and weight there, 6'2", 210.
And if Swifty sits around doing videos all day, he'll be big too. So I'm just a warning, Swifty.
Man, Leo Factor says one of these days a body's going to fall out of that paneling live on the show.
I'm actually just kind of waiting for it to happen. You see it just right behind him.
Oh shit!
Like I busted now.
I got the flags in certain places that's holding it together.
Man, I'm just saying though, the feds will be raiding your house like they're raiding P. Diddy's.
You ever seen Owen Foster? He just take that Hester jersey off, throw it on the body, says my Uncle Remus.
I got 3 of them sitting there just in case.
Yeah, that's why they're there.
Absolutely. Oh.
Cliff Victoria, 6 feet 190. That guy stays in shape. Wait a minute. His daughters are 5'11". Gee whiz. That's a tall woman.
Cliff's hilarious. He's an absolute good man, dude. It's hilarious. He got a different sense of humor, and you have to pay attention to him all the time, man.
Who, Cliff?
We're driving back from the Bears game. I don't remember what he said, but I was just cracking up, dude, because he's just going through. Yeah. Oh, look at those two chicks. I just subtle, funny ass shit, man. And it's nothing obvious.
Those are the best ones.
You have to pay attention around the man, but he's awesome.
Those are the best ones. The ones who just casually slide it in there.
Yeah. So what Bears game are we going to this year?
I'm going to pass, by the way.
Pass.
Yeah, I'm going to pass. You guys know why I'm passing, so don't even play. You already know.
Yep.
All right.
Unless
Fields fails the physical.
There you go.
Oh, PJ, does it take you a season to come around before you go back to Soldier Field?
Yeah, probably. I probably won't be back till we get to Arlington Heights.
Oh, you might be waiting a long time then, man.
Yeah, I know, right?
PJ's going to be sitting in Peoria for a fucking decade.
Hey, I don't mind. But you know what, though? Because my brother, funny you should say that. My brother called me up this morning. I said, what's up, man? He said, hey, P, I was wondering, you feel like doing a road trip this summer? I'm like, a road trip? He said, yeah, to the Hall of Fame game, the Bears playing in it. I was like, oh, no, my brother. I am no longer going to any preseason games until Bears start showing me that they're playing starters in the preseason. I was like, I would be tempted to go to the game in Indianapolis this year because I think we're playing in Indianapolis this year. However, something got to happen first.
Yeah, but see, you might get lucky, PJ, and at least see the starting quarterback in the Hall of Fame game. They got to give him as many reps as possible.
Well, that's what I thought last year.
Well, I mean, then again, you could be stuck watching Tyson Bagent. So,
see, now you.
There goes Foster.
I guess his computer must have died because I don't even see the background.
Yeah, no, he's Jesus give you a die. Man, forget his laptop in the bathroom, and they can't find the cord. What the laptop was doing in the bathroom to begin with is beyond me.
Man, there you go. Shorty says, I will be home for my 50th birthday. Let's hit a game together around Christmas. Bro, I can't go to a game around Christmas. You know that. At Christmas time, I'm trying to remember now. I think by then I'm going to have 13 grandkids. So, yeah, I'm going to be busy. I'm going to be a little bit busy around Christmas time there, Shorty. Doug Van Dorn. I'm sorry, Cliff Victoria says, PJ, I want to see the Hall of Fame and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Getting to see a game is a bonus. Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm just not traveling over to Cleveland to watch a preseason game if my guy ain't there. You know who my guy is. I ain't going to say that. Doug Van Dorn says, I guess I should pull it up here. It's not like the Hall of Fame game will have much in any way of starters playing. And last time they were supposed to play, and the game was canceled due to horrendous field conditions. Enough said.
Yeah.
Then my guy, Mr. Shorty, being the Dan, says yes. Walter said Tyson Bagent. Caleb Williams and Trevor Lawrence should be very interesting. Trevor Lawrence, I think we're playing the Houston Texans, right?
Yeah, we're playing the Houston Texans in
Yeah,
the
we're
Hall of
not
Fame
playing
game and the
Jackson.
regular season.
Yeah, we're not playing the Jacksonville Jaguars or Mr. Mayhem. So yeah.
Or are we playing them during the season?
Yeah, we played Indianapolis.
Yeah, we play them during this. We play the Jaguars during the season.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was talking about. I thought he was talking about referencing the Hall of Fame game. I could be wrong.
Oh. So we'll definitely see Jared Goff, see Jordan Love, we'll see the new quarterback the Vikings have, and the new quarterback the Patriots have at Soldier Field.
Yeah, or we see the old quarterback coming back. Oh, did I say that? All right, guys. Cliff says he's going. That's Mr. Shorty. He's saying that Cliff can bring the meatloaf whenever you guys go to the next game. Cliff didn't sign up for that, but I got you. But yeah, guys in the chat, let me give a shout out to the guys in the chat. Cliff Victoria, Mr. Shorty, Doug Van Dorn, Leo Factor 1, Swift Sports. I know Mr. Mark Kazak was here earlier. Vizzo Joe. J2K. Plank. STC. AC Adam. GCA. Do It All 36. I think you're new in the chat, man, so I appreciate you coming. What else I'll see up here? See, Steve S was here. Leonidas. Broski Bear. Mo Bierman.
We had another new podcast in here earlier too. I don't know if he's still around. I'm trying to find him.
Yeah, guys. Ravi. Antmus. STC. Guys, we truly appreciate you guys joining us. Thank you again. Shorty was he had some work to take care of tonight. That's why he wasn't on the show tonight. He popped in for a minute, but he had a big project he has to take care of, so that's why he wasn't here. He will be back next week, and our guest next week, if I'm not mistaken, is Adam Mason.
I believe so.
Yeah, Adam Mason should be our guest next week. So, guys, we truly appreciate you guys. Appreciate everything you guys do for this show as far as joining in. If you want to pitch in with some super chats, feel welcome to. No pressure. If you don't, I mean, I don't push the super chats. Maybe I should. Maybe I can get a raise. But but no, every little bit helps, man. We appreciate you guys. We truly do. And Cliff Victoria, I might have to become your family member before I can get some of those free flights with you on Allegiant. I'm just saying. I can be your brother from another mother.
You want to know something?
Still around, huh?
Yeah. Do you want to know something interesting, PJ?
What's that?
My wife just came back from Puerto Rico the other day.
Hey.
I'll finish this after this. Super chat from Swifty. $2
Swifty.
Chat.
Peer pressure. Thank you, Swifty. Appreciate you, brother. I really do appreciate you, man. Thank you. Thank you, man. And thank you for your content, man. Really appreciate you. Enjoy watching your show. But you know that.
Definitely, man. Yeah, so she came back last night from Puerto Rico. They had a conference down there. And you know the USDA actually inspects your bag when you come in from them? Yeah, it's really interesting.
Wow.
I didn't know that.
I know when I was over there in Korea, I was stationed in Korea for 15 months. And the big thing they kept on telling us, hey, don't sit up there try to sneak no stuff back to the States when you come back because they're going to check your bags. So when it comes time for me to come back, I did not see one person get their bag checked. Not one person. I was like, man, because I was planning on bringing back a whole bunch of souvenirs, but I was like, not one person. J2K with the super sticker. Thank you, sir. $2. Appreciate you, J2K. Thank you, Swifty. Thank you, J2K. You guys are awesome, man. I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, man. I mean, that was the biggest fear because
Doug Van Dorn.
Doug Van Dorn succumbing to peer pressure. $2. Thank you, Doug Van Dorn. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. You guys are awesome.
Yeah,
But
maybe we should get like a super chat menu up eventually, like some other channels do.
Man, I'm telling you, we appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah, definitely.
That's awesome, man. That's awesome. Thank you, guys. But yeah, man, I mean, there was so much stuff. I mean, over there, when I was back there in Korea, this guy was just dirt cheap, man. I could have brought back so much stuff, but I was so worried about that customs thing, and not one person got checked, man. I was like, man. So
yeah, they kind of drum it up to be a big thing, and then all of a sudden, it's just like,
yeah. I think that's why they do it. Make sure you don't do it because, man, I'm like, oh, goodness gracious. Worst thing besides the deaths about 9/11 was the loss of freedom since then. Yeah. Okay. Cliff Victoria. Let me go ahead and put that up there. Worst thing besides the deaths about 9/11 was the loss of freedom since then. Yeah, I mean, America changed. America truly changed after that. I know there's been many conversations I've had with people, and they'll say, "Where were you when the towers was struck?" And I distinctly remember I was at work in a training class doing self-defense, and the captain came in there, told us we had to cancel our self-defense class, and we had to go out on the street just in case something escalated around the city or anything like that. So because at that particular time in the moment, you didn't know what was going to happen. Good point, J2K. He says you could do the same. You could say the same about COVID. I mean, that's another thing that changed. I remember having a conversation with people at that time about, what was it, the mandatory people, or what was it called, the mandatory workers or something like that, or mandatory businesses could be open. And I questioned, because I don't drink alcohol. Let me be clear. I never have, never will, but I never drink alcohol. So I asked the question, like, so if only mandatory businesses can be open, why are the liquor stores open? And there was a person that told me that, he said, there's certain people who are addicted to it and they actually need it. And it had to open my eyes to it because, again, that's not something I experienced. So I was like, okay, I can accept that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Personally, that's kind of a sore subject. I don't really believe that it's bad if people make it out to be like, oh, they're taking our freedoms away with COVID. It's a different thing. Like with 9/11, I kind of understand. I was in high school when that happened.
See?
So,
golly, he was in high school.
Yeah, I was in a U.S. government class, which is kind of ironic. But the whole thing with COVID's a lot of misinformation and things like that. I mean, and it's more so the times. We got people out there on YouTube and stuff like this that are just spouting a whole ton of crap that they know absolutely nothing about, and they got their information from somebody that knows absolutely nothing about it.
Yeah.
So like the thing with COVID is a lot of people brought up like, oh well, now we're treating it just like the flu. Hey, listen, guys, this is science. This is how it works. New data becomes available and things change.
Yeah,
that's just how it is. We closed off the businesses because we didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah.
We didn't know, so we had to make a choice. Like, listen, you sit in your house, you get your groceries delivered. If you have a essential worker, like, because my father-in-law went to work the entire time of the pandemic. He's a nurse at the VA. So he went out to West Haven. That was the closest one, and there he sat. So there was that. But to have people come on and be like, it's some government plot, or this, that, and the next thing is like, educate yourselves. It's like, educate yourselves. Unfortunately, that's all I can say. Especially because I have family, not immediate family, but family in the medical press. My wife does this for a living. So I'm a little more privy to things, and I have a
Right.
little bit better understanding than Joe Schmo off the street.
Right.
So I understood the mask. I didn't care. The mask isn't taking away my freedom in any way, shape, or form. It's a piece of cloth. Who cares at the end of the day?
Yeah. I think it's just that in the last 20 years, over the last 20 years or so, I've seen so much change in America. Uh, you know, due to COVID, due to 9/11, there's a lot of things change. Even what Doug Van Dorn saying, as far as even the legalization of marijuana. I mean, that still blows my mind. That just blows my mind just from where I'm sitting. I'm not even going to argue the morality of it. It's just from my perspective, where we had to gear our whole life against our profession, basically defending against it, arresting people for it, whatever. Then all of a sudden, oh, it's now legal. Like, huh? I'm like, so my argument was always, and this is the only part I want to say about it. My argument was if we arrested people for marijuana back in the day, now we're legalizing it. You ought to set free anybody that has any type of marijuana conviction. If they still serving time for that conviction, be it, I don't care how many pounds it was or how many kilos it was, set them free. If they still locked up, set them free. Because if you legalize it, set them free.
I mean, I see the logic in it, but at the same time, you broke the law. So, and it was the law at the time, unfortunately.
Yeah, but but I say set them free now, because if you want to legalize it, I mean, to where basically the government put the dealers out of business. They put the dealers out of business because the government is now the dealer. So set them free.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't touch the stuff. I never will. I don't really understand it. The benefits don't outweigh anything to me in terms of marijuana. I feel like it makes you stupider, paranoid. Like that's a big thing. That's scientifically proven.
Hey, and that's what I'm saying. I can't argue none of your point, because I agree with you 100%. But that's what I'm saying. But me coming from that belief, because again, I would have to arrest people for this. That was my job. I mean, I had to arrest people for it. So now we no longer arresting people this, and the government making a profit off of it, and not the street guy. Set the guys free. I'm telling you, just set the guys free. Stop playing, just set them free.
And I know, Cliff, you brought this up earlier. It's like it's about control. How's a mask going to control you, my dude? It doesn't. It really doesn't, man. It's not going to stop you from doing anything. I mean, like I said, you have to take that precaution. That's why we're seeing measles pop up again, because people are like, well, no, vaccines are going to turn me into an idiot. And it's like, come on. We have the ability to eradicate diseases from the face of the planet to make people better. And we choose not to because of some weird blinded, they're trying to control me into doing this. Like, we can't get behind that, guys. There's little kids dying out there because some idiot is just too thick-headed to be like, well, maybe this might save a life somewhere. It may not. It may never help me. I may never need it. Right.
Right.
But that's the thing. It's all about the greater good. That's it.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Again, it's now we've been here 2 hours and 48 minutes. We appreciate each and every one of you. What's up, Scrolls? The Scrolls.
Oh my God.
Glad to see you can join us. I'm glad you guys was able to join us tonight. Thank you for tuning in. Again, next week we should be back to our regular time. Our guest will be Adam Mason.
Exactly.
And let's see what news pops up within the next week on the different formats that we have to watch. Let's see what they have, and man, I look forward to seeing you guys in the chat in these other shows. And until then, please be safe. You have anything, Walt?
No, I mean, we're just gonna be a little bit of a quiet week. Is there anything big coming up that you guys know about? Like I think all the good pro days are done.
Easter this week. Oh, that's right. Oh, announcement. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Godzilla versus Kong v Kong this week. Me and my grandchildren are going to the show. So
Have you
I
guys
gotta.
watched all the new ones?
Oh yeah, I gotta break out the minivan or find a minivan or rent a minivan to get all my grandkids in there. But man, gotta haul them all and go take them to the show this weekend. Good Friday's tomorrow, so gotta take them there. Godzilla versus Kong. Then you're gonna have what the Skull King in there and Shima. For those of you who's in the Godzilla lore, Shima I think is a new villain as well. So yes, that'll be good, man. Get out and enjoy the family, man. I don't do the Easter egg hunts or nothing like that, but we're going to the show and making a day of it.
Yeah, I mean, I remember watching that Godzilla vs. The original Godzilla vs. Kong, where he fell off the Empire State Building. They put that fake heart in him. Yeah, I think that was it was really weird. I remember my buddy was real big into Godzilla. So
I
we
was
watched
really big. I mean, because that's my tradition that I have with my son and my grandsons. Actually, we are big Godzilla. The Godzilla versus Kong movie I remember is when they fought. They fought on an island, and they both fell into the water, and then only King Kong swam away. They never showed Godzilla again. That's the one I remember. Then they had the one, of course, a few years ago. But yeah, that's the only one. I never remember him falling off an entire building and then replacing his heart. I never seen that.
Yeah, that was in that Kong movie, if I'm correct, because it ends up taking place where he dies in the Empire State Building, falls off, and like in the original movie, and they pick it up from there, and then they put some like fake heart in him to fight Godzilla. It was really weird. Wow. It was stupid, but
yeah, that's a different one right there. Scrolls, I'm sorry to hear about your aunt, man. The Scrolls, I'm sorry to hear about your aunt. You have my condolences, you as well as my family, man. I hear, yes, J2K, I do hear Godzilla -1 was pretty good. I didn't get a chance to see it, but I am watching that Godzilla and Kong. I'm there this weekend for sure, and I might be there again next weekend because I am a super big Godzilla fan. So yes.
As long as they don't bring in Mothra. God.
He was in the last one. I mean, he was in King of the Monsters, or she was.
I mean, I haven't watched any of the new ones, but
you got to see it, man. You got to see them, especially that. What was it? Godzilla, King of the Monsters. You got to see that one because Mothra was in that one.
The last Godzilla I watched, I think, was Godzilla 2000, where he was like walking through New York.
These are way better, man. These are way better. These are way better, man. Seriously, these are way better. Oh man, I'm telling you. But that Godzilla -1, what turns me off about it is it looks good, but it's you have to read the subtitles, and I don't like reading subtitles. I just my bad. I mean, I'm not trying to say anything, nothing up, but I just don't like reading it because I like to look at the action instead of trying to read what's going on.
Was it just a Japanese release?
It was, yeah, I think it was because it was made there. It was made over there, and they brought it over here in its subtitles because there was a man. You get me off the subject here, but I got to say it anyway. There was a kung fu movies. Now I used to be real big into kung fu movies. I think it was Master or something like that. It was a a kung fu movie where it was done in subtitles, but the best movie I've ever seen with subtitles. It was like the directing was great. I mean, they had these karate scenes in slow motion. It was Master something. The guy who played as that Marvel movie. I know I'm going all over the place here, but the Marvel movie with Shang-Chi, the guy who played the father, I forgot the bad in the movie Shang-Chi. He starred in this kung fu movie that I'm talking about that was Master something that was done with the subtitles.
It's not Kung Fu Master, is it?
What is it?
It's not Kung Fu Master, is it?
No, it was something Master. It came out within the last 10 years, something like that. And oh man, it was a great movie. Music was great, story was great. Excuse me. Action was great, all of it, man. But it had the subtitles, but still, it was a great movie, man. I was like, golly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But
no, there's definitely some good ones out there. I haven't really watched one in a long time.
yeah, I think if I can, I want to see if I can real quick find this movie because I know I have it on in my streaming service.
Oh, I haven't watched a good movie in a while.
Oh man, I'm telling you.
Just looking over at my wall over here, and it's all horror movies.
Nothing like a good movie. But yeah, man, it's Godzilla's a thing to watch this weekend for me.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think the last movie I went and saw. Oh, was that one about with Leonardo DiCaprio where he was it Leonardo DiCaprio? Yeah, he's on the. It's right after the war, and he's dealing with the Indians and all that.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah,
That was really good.
Yeah, yeah. I seen the previews of that one. Last movie I saw was Dune Part
Yeah,
2.
the Flower Moon. That's it. It was definitely worth a watch. The ending is actually kind of interesting.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, it gets you by surprise. And then if you haven't watched Oppenheimer yet, watch it. It's really good.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, we saw it in IMAX the week it came out, and it was amazing.
Yeah. I'm really. You got me over here baffled now. I'm trying to remember that kung fu movie. You're gonna make me look it up before we get off the air today. I'm gonna look this movie up, fellas.
Who did you say was in it from Marvel?
The guy who starred as the antagonist in Shang-Chi. The Grandmaster. That's the name of the movie. The Grandmaster. For you, those of you who like karate movies, The Grandmaster. It has subtitles, but the cinematography is good. The action's good. The music's good. I loved everything about it except the subtitles. That's how good of a movie it was. I really enjoyed watching it.
Mandy with Nicolas Cage? No, I haven't. I don't think I've. It sounds vaguely familiar.
The Grandmaster?
No. This one J2K is talking about Mandy with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, I've never seen that one.
Yeah, Cliff Oppenheimer is amazing. Like, carve out time and watch it. Even if you have to watch it in like spurts, it's really good. What else is there? I'm assuming you've watched Ip Man, right?
What is it? Ip Man?
Ip Man, yeah, with
1, 2, 3, and 4.
Oh my god, 4. 4's so bad.
I'm just saying though, man. I watch all of them, man.
That one scene where he's sitting there just beating the crap out of 10 guys was amazing.
I tell you what. Now this is a what was it? Was it the Drunken Master I'm thinking of, J2K, or was it
I'll look it up, J2K. Yeah,
Kung Fu Hustle?
Oh.
That was funny, but it was actually pretty good. That was pretty good. I ain't gonna lie. Kung Fu Hustle was pretty good. Scrolls. I do not know who Mike Podsmith is. Pondsmith. I don't know who he is. But yeah, the Grandmaster. Oh man, that movie was so good.
Yeah, see, I gotta watch The Exorcist: The Believer, just because I watched all the other films and I haven't found time to do it.
Well, true confession, I have never. Well, I ain't gonna say never. I do not watch scary movies. The last one I considered myself watching was Halloween back in 1978.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna watch one, at least watch that.
Well, yeah. I mean, because that's when I was dating. I was dating back then, and that was a date I went on and watching Halloween. Then I watched The Fog during that time, and only reason why I watched those scary movies at that time. Full disclosure. See, I want to tell you guys the truth because when a woman screams, she jumps in your arms. The scary part. That's the only reason why I watch those movies. Trust me, that's the only reason.
Man, yeah, I love watching them. I had The Fog on DVD. I think I broke the copy or I got lost or something.
The Fog.
Yeah.
Yeah, Fog was pretty good. I mean, I don't consider none of the thing I thought was good. It was not really a scary movie to me. It's more like an action one to me. But
You watched the original thing or the one that they did where from the perspective of the Norwegians?
John Carpenter.
Okay, so
Carpenter starring Kurt Russell.
Yeah, the one with Kurt Russell and David King, I think.
Oh no, David Keith.
David Keith, that's it. Yeah,
Yeah, David Keith. Yes,
yeah,
that one.
that was a good one.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. I remember
really
seeing that
good
one.
one.
So yes. So I'm not a big. I'm more of an action guy. Some drama. I used to do comedies. I don't really do comedies as much anymore. So yeah, Nightmare on Elm Street. I remember hearing about it. I don't think I really sat down and watched it though. I don't think I
They're-
really said.
The first one's like your traditional, kind of slasher film. The other ones are pretty funny.
Right. What was that one guy with the face? With the things in the pin is in
Oh,
his face.
that's Hellraiser.
Hellraiser. Okay. All right. Yeah.
You'd be surprised how hard it is to find Hellraiser 3. I had to buy it in a like a special edition copy with 1 and 2 with all these books, and it's really nice.
Really?
But to find
Wow.
3 is really tough. The other ones I found on like a big like 6-film collection with the rest of them, so
Wow.
I have them all together. I've collected a lot of horror films in my day.
Yeah,
So-
I don't do the horror. I mean, Freddy and Jace versus Jason. I think I probably seen it at some point here and there, like between watching TNT or something like that, but not really sitting down and watching it. But yeah, it's not my thing, man. American Werewolf in London. I remember. I think I seen that as a kid there, Cliff, or when I was younger. I ain't gonna say kid. I was a lot younger. But if you want to see a mini series or a little series, Luther, starring Idris Elba.
That was good.
He plays a detective. Man, I enjoyed that. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. Luther was pretty good. I like that. I kind of like certain love stories, like Dear John. What's the other one?
Man, Idris Elba, man, I'm so mad. I'm glad he got casted as Roland in the Dark Tower, but that movie was so bad.
Oh,
So bad.
Yeah,
Me and my buddy went there the opening night, and we were just like, yes, because we're huge fans of the books. I think I've read them the whole series like 3 times.
yeah, that was bad.
And I was like, all right, I'm ready to go. And then you get there, and it's like,
yeah.
what did I just watch?
What was it? What was the guy's name? Started in the
Because they had Matthew McConaughey play Walter
Matthew
O'Din.
McConaughey. Yeah, he didn't even do it well in there either. I was like disappointed.
I mean, he kind of fit the book character, kind of like that weird kind of just like sassy kind of guy. It was interesting, but then they shoved Ken Conneray and Steve Artois and all these things together from like book 7 into like 20 minutes at the end of the film.
Yeah.
It's like, come on.
Doug Van Dorn, he said he likes the classic horror stories like Frankenstein, Dracula, The Mummy, and The Wolfman. Hammer made the violence so formulaic, and I got tired of their approach though. They were trying to build a monster universe. Doug, I don't know if you knew that or not, but with the movies with Mummy starring Tom Cruise, the werewolf with
the Anthony Hopkins Wolfman one was pretty good.
Yeah, but there was another werewolf I think after that one that they was trying to make a combined universe like they do with the DC universe, as well as the Marvel universe. They was trying to make a monster universe few years ago, but then the plans on that failed out. So I was curious to see that because I enjoyed that one monster movie along those lines that was up to date was something Legends with Sean Connery. Remember that? Oh man, what was that? No, it wasn't the Brendan Fraser mummy movie, Cliff. But yeah, those were pretty good. But there was the one with Tom Hanks that they were trying to make into the monster universe. But the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Good movie if you like if you like that Doug Van Dorn, those type of movies, the Frankensteins and all that. Watch that. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Wasn't that
Sean
more of
Connery.
like an action spy movie?
No, it was like it was a kind of a future, kind of like looked like futuristic, but it had a guy playing Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, had a vampire in there, had different people in there. They were trying to. Sean Connery was the rifleman or something like that. It's hard for me to explain, but I say it was a good movie. Good movie. Doug Van Dorn, check it out. League of Extraordinary Gentlemen.
Yeah, because I remember him in the movie. I never got around to watching it though. You want to watch a good movie, a real good movie? Find John Carpenter's In the Mouth of Madness, based off the H.P. Lovecraft story with Sam Neill. Amazing.
In the Mouth of Madness.
Yeah,
Okay.
the book is called In the Mountains of Madness, but John Carpenter adapted it to present time because they're out in Antarctica in the book. It's really long winded, but most Lovecraft stories are. And it takes place as a guy. He works as an insurance, like a fraud adjuster. So he's trying to find this guy, this author who went missing, and he ends up getting trapped in his universe. And I don't want to spoil it, but it's really wild. That, and if you can find like any of the Carpenter Apocalypse trilogy is really good. You already saw The Thing, so you got to find In the Mouth of Madness, and then Prince of Darkness
Okay.
with the guy that played Dr. Loomis from Halloween.
Okay. Say the name of it. In the Mouth of Madness, right?
Yeah. Let me see if it's streaming somewhere right now.
A 1994 film.
Yep.
Okay.
You can buy it on Amazon Video, but no one has it for free. Too bad.
Oh. Is it on Prime?
It is on Prime. It's like $3.99.
Oh, you have to. Oh, you can't watch it on Prime.
Yeah. That's too bad. It's $2.98 for me for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh,
But
okay.
I mean, yeah. But as soon as I found I was walking through a Best Buy years ago, maybe like 2 years ago.
It says it's a unsettling, dark, and sinister. That's kind of like a scary movie, isn't it?
It's more of a psychological movie than anything else, because they're like mind fucking you the whole way through. Because he gets sent out and we got to go find this guy. So they're like, well, where do we got to go? And then you end up finding the town. It's called like Hobbs End, which is a big town in like his universe, his book's universe.
Oh, okay.
And they find the hotel from one of the other books. Like all the locations from the books are in this town, and everything going on it's really wild. Like they end up driving. They're like in the middle of Nebraska or something like that, driving through the corn, and this little kid just like rides by on his bike, and then they catch up to him again. He's like some old man.
Really? Yeah. Okay, that's different.
Crazy.
I know Doug Van Dorn. I knew you was talking about the Bela Lugosi and the guys from back in that era. I remember my mom talking about those guys like Bela Lugosi and the one guy who played Frankenstein at one time. Then he played a werewolf. I forgot his name though. He was a real popular actor, but I remember those movies as well, man. Those were some good times, man. Good childhood times. So yeah, I remember those 1930s black and whites and 1950 movies. Yeah, I remember those, man. Those good times, man. The one guy and two guys seem to always go against each other. Their names escape me now, but they were like always going against each other. I forgot. One was always playing the bad guy. One was always playing the good guy.
Yeah, even the Cliff saying that Brendan Fraser mummy movies are pretty good, minus maybe the last one with.
Yeah, I thought the first one was really good.
Yeah.
Then it started getting kind of weaker after that, but the first one was real good. Definitely so. As far as Star Trek, I've never been a really big fan of Star Trek. I just wasn't me. I mean, no, I wasn't a Trekkie. Yeah, I wasn't.
You know, it's a good show if you guys like this. It's an anthology show. It's on. It was on Prime. I don't know if it still is. I have to see because it was really, really good. And it reminded me because you brought up Star Trek because the host is who's the captain after Kirk?
So
And
you got me.
yeah.
Oh, was it the bald headed guy who played X-Men?
No.
Okay.
Let me look him up real quick. Ooh, it's on Peacock too. Nice. It was a Dick Clark movie. Oh, Jonathan Frakes. That's it.
Okay. Yeah.
He
Yeah.
hosts seasons from season 2 on. James Borland did season 1, but it's called
Okay.
Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction. So they do like 3 stories in each episode,
Really?
and the whole thing is you have to figure out like which one's real and which one's fake.
Oh wow. Okay.
So there's a. It's not really scary. It's more just like ghosts pop up or like I moved to a house and I talked to the next door neighbor, and then when I went across the street, I found her grave there.
Picard. That's what I was thinking of. I was thinking of Picard. Yeah, it's not Picard. Okay.
Yes.
Scrolls. I just looked up the. Are you saying I look like the guy from this Mike Pondsmith? Are you saying I look like him or sound like him or what? Because I seen his picture. I will not agree that I look like him. I will not agree to that. I will not agree with that.
Oh man, it looks like Germany picked up the show again.
What show is
Nice.
that?
Beyond Belief, Fact or Fiction.
Oh,
Came back
okay.
in 2021. It's got 6 episodes. Amazing.
Man.
Yeah, because it ran from 97 to 2002 here in the States.
Okay. Man.
But yeah, if you got Peacock, man, it's definitely on Prime, I think. But it's definitely good.
Yeah.
I watched that when it was on the Sci-Fi Channel when Sci-Fi actually showed television shows that were worth watching. I don't even know
Right.
if the channel's still around, honestly, but that was like my go-to on Saturday nights.
Well, I know back to my karate movie. There's a series on Netflix. Not a series, but 3 different movies. They're dubbed, so you don't have to do their subtitles, but they just
That's
speak in English. But Kenshin Ronin, Ronin Kenshin, something like that. He's a samurai. Oh my goodness. Good karate movie. Good karate movies. Good
Have you
karate movies.
have you watched that show Shogun at all?
No, no.
I heard it was very good.
I tell you, there's on on Netflix, there's The Warrior. That's a karate movie based upon about what the 1849s, I think it was. Yeah, 1849s, where San Francisco was getting developed or something like that, and you had a lot of the Chinese people coming in, and good action movie though, good storyline, man. It's like 3 seasons worth, but good storylines, man. I like that one. That was good storylines. Like I said, I'm a karate guy if it's done correctly. I'm a good karate. I like karate movies.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some good ones out there.
Oh, absolutely.
But like Cliff is doing. When you said Warriors, I thought about the Warriors movie.
Oh yeah, I remember that back in the day. That was fun. That was funny to me. That was a funny movie to me. Warriors come out to play. That was good. I have never seen Mr. Mayhem. I have never seen Bosch. I heard that was pretty good though. Bosch. I have never seen that.
Yeah, try to think of something else.
So there are good movies out there. I'm like I said, I try to watch a little bit of anything, but I just don't do scary movies.
Missing out, man.
Yeah, I know, but no sir, no sir, nope. I think The Exorcist from the 70s stopped me from ever wanting to watch anything like that.
Oh, that was good.
See, I never even to this day, I still never watched that one. My brothers told me about it, and that was good enough for me. I'm like, you know what? I'm good. I'm like, I don't need to see it. I mean, nope, nope. Now, Constantine is not a scary movie, but it deals with that type of realm. Uh, so that was pretty good. I thought John Constantine, and
The one with Keanu Reeves.
yes, yes,
That was decent.
yeah. Cliff Victoria, Dune 2, I thought was better than Dune 1. Yes, I saw it. I thought it was better. Yes, I did. I'm waiting to see number 3.
I haven't watched either one. I heard they were good, but Phantasm, yes,
It's a
Charles.
lot. It's a lot different. The Dune movies are a lot different than the movies from the 80s, I think it was. That movie was. I mean, I kind of enjoyed the movie back then for what it was, but yeah, this one's of course done a lot better, and it's a lot slower because they compacted all that movies into one movie back then, whereas now they're spreading out over 3 movies. So
Yeah.
Phantasm, that sounds familiar, but it doesn't. It sounds familiar. I mean, I remember hearing it, but I don't think I saw it.
That's the one with the tall man, and he like steals graves, and he brings them through an interdimensional portal, and turns them into like little Jawa people. And there's that
Oh.
flying ball with the drill on the end.
I saw bits and pieces of it because again, I'm not a scary movie guy, so I saw bits and pieces of it. I never really sat down and just watched it.
There's like 6 or 7. They're really hard to follow because like one goes into 2, but then 2 is like it's like it didn't happen, or the ending's different. Who knows? Hey, Foster's back.
Hey, got his thing charged up.
But yeah, I just remember the line in the end of Phantasm 1 where the guy's like, "You played a good game, boy, but the game's over. Now you die."
Wow. Okay. Mr. Mayhem.
The Foster's gone again.
Seeing Dune. I think you would like it. Check it out, man. Check it out. I know the first one should be on Max, HBO Max or Max.
Yeah.
But the second one's at the show right now. And if you got time and feel up to it, watch the original because I actually kind of enjoy the original. Is it? I mean, watching the special effects now on the original, you really know how bad it is. But I enjoyed it back then. Legends of Tomorrow had the Constantine character. Was a great show until it went off the rails. Legends of Tomorrow. Isn't that with Legends of Tomorrow? Oh, that was the TV show on CW. Hated it. Let me just say it again. Hated it. Yeah, that storyline on the CW, yeah, that was bad. But Constantine, the movie with Keanu Reeves, I thought it was pretty good. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, see, Charles Johnson knows his Omen is still a classic.
It is a classic.
I went out and bought the whole collection. Well, at the time was the whole collection.
And I still refuse to watch the whole thing. Like I said, I've seen bits and pieces of it here and there, but I do not. I would do not sit down and watch a whole scary movie. I just won't. Nope. Nope.
See, the thing is though, with that series, it's one of the only ones where the sequels are actually just as good, if not a little better than the original. I mean, the original is a classic. Don't get me wrong.
And Sam Neill, right?
Yeah, Sam Neill was in 3. He played like adult Damien.
Okay.
Which was really cool.
Right. Yeah.
And even 2 was interesting.
If that was the first time watching that, well, like I said, seeing the previews, watching bits and pieces. First time I've ever seen a Rottweiler. That's when I was first introduced to what a Rottweiler was. That's what I remember about that one. True story, Charles Johnson. I'm telling you, man. First time Rottweiler. That's what I equate with the Omen, Rottweiler. What we call the devil dogs. Not a Marine, but the devil dogs.
Yeah, they tried to do. I don't know if the one they're advertising now, the new Omen, is supposed to be part of that same universe.
Oh, okay.
I don't know, but they did a made-for-TV movie, 2 Omen 4, which was like Damien's daughter or something. It wasn't that great. But 1 and 3 were really good. 1 through 3 was really good.
Okay.
And so there's that.
Mr. Mayhem,
Mr.
want to
Mayhem,
know, have you seen The Wire or Breaking Bad?
Breaking Bad I've watched like 3 times. So big fan of that show.
I've never seen that. I've never seen either one. My brother loves The Wire. He loves The Wire. I've never seen it. But I will say, as far as Breaking Bad goes, kind of reminds me of the movie Nobody. You ever see the movie Nobody? For those of you who like action, this guy is a bad dude. I'm telling you, he's bad. What? Nobody. Trust me, Nobody. That's the name of the movie. That's a good movie. That's a good movie. I like that one. It reminds me of Breaking Bad because, like I said, I would see bits and pieces of things, never really watch it, but from what I've seen of Breaking Bad, this guy kind of reminds me of the character in Breaking Bad.
Yeah, PJ, you have to watch Breaking Bad. Do it in spurts though, because it's really heavy stuff. At times, it can get you real heavy.
Okay.
So it's a little tough. But Better Call Saul is amazing. The ending sucked. I really wish they did something different with that. But the other 5 seasons, or 6 3/4 of seasons, are really good.
Now, Better Call Saul. What is that? Now, I've never heard of that.
Now that show takes place partially as a prequel to the Saul Goodman character, as well as it's like it gives you a shot of what happened to some of the characters after Breaking Bad.
Okay.
So you have Breaking Bad, then you have the movie El Camino, which gives you Jesse's storyline after kind of like what went on with him near the end of the show. And then you have Better Call Saul, which gives you the rise of Saul Goodman, who's actually from Illinois.
Okay.
Cicero. So there was that. Oh, did you say Nobody?
Yes, Nobody.
That movie was great.
I told you. That movie was great, man. That was a good movie.
Because you don't think Bob Odenkirk is going to be able to do something like that.
Man, that was a great movie, man. I enjoyed that one.
I'm mad because he came to Naperville to do a book signing, and I missed out on it.
Oh, man. Now, El Camino, Mr. Mayhem, it was kind of slow for me. Didn't really care for it so much.
Wait, you watched El Camino?
That's with Clint Eastwood, right?
No, he's talking about the Breaking Bad movie El Camino.
Oh, well, my bad. I thought he was talking about. I was thinking about that one movie with Clint Eastwood where he had an El Camino. Maybe.
Oh, that's Gran Torino.
Gran Torino. Okay, yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, I didn't see El Camino, so no, my apologies.
Oh no, that's good. Hey, you got to watch it eventually if you watch Breaking Bad. But Gran Torino was great. My wife jokes that's what I'm going to turn into when I'm like 70.
that was my grandkids be telling me about. They like, oh man, you be telling people get off your lawn, Paul. I'm like, get off my lawn.
Yeah, I try to watch it every now and again because huge Clint fan.
Yeah. I used to be. Yeah, I agree, Charles. They are totally two different cars. I mean, but nah, I don't think I've never had either one of them. So the El Camino was like a truck, right? Am I correct?
Weird like truck kind of thing.
Like a station wagon / car / truck sort of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never understood it.
Get off my lawn, Cliff. So yeah, I mean, I was always a big movie guy. That's always been my thing. Yeah, it's cool to watch a good movie. Give you a chance to escape. That's what I look at movies as. You go to the show, get a chance to escape for 2 or 3 hours and live in the fantasy world for a little while, especially depending on what type of life you're living. For me, it was important because, man, it was a stress reliever. Let me go escape my problems of this world and go to this show. So that's how I viewed it.
Yeah, I mean, you never passed a good movie.
Oh yeah. There's some good movies. Seem like ever since the pandemic, though, they really haven't had a lot of good movies. So it's like, I mean, these movies today, I'm sorry, there's few and far between to find a good movie these days. It is so seem like it's so political and so it's like stop, just stop. I mean, I just want to watch a movie and make the movie kind of realistic or so far off that I just have to laugh at it. But just oh man, it just some of these just bad. I mean, just bad. I'm like, golly, who wrote this? I mean, man. So yeah, uh, that's one thing I can say. Going back to the part about things has changed. Yeah, movies are bad these days. Now, Charles Johnson, Five Deadly Venoms. I tried to watch that. I couldn't, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I couldn't. Man, I couldn't. That remind me of the Wu Tang Clan, those type of movies. Back then. So yeah, I couldn't. That was too much karate film for me. I'm like, no, I ain't there.
Did you watch the Joker, PJ?
Yes,
Amazing.
yes, yes,
The
yeah,
sequel, I'm really worried about though.
yeah. Especially with Lady Gaga.
Well, they're trying to do like a musical out of it. I heard, and I was like, no,
Oh
leave it
no,
alone.
yeah, yeah. You don't
The,
want to
the,
do that.
the best part about the Joker was just watching this one guy just descend into madness, pretty much.
But you know what the part that got I got confused. I started getting confused on what reality was and what his imagination was.
That's the point.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I mean, uh yeah, that was tough. But I enjoyed it. Yes, I did enjoy it. Just like the Batman, I enjoyed that. That was a good one, the Batman. But I got one for you. Tenet, starring David Washington, Denzel Washington's son.
It sounds really familiar.
Tenet, Tent. Let me write this out.
Yeah, no, I definitely heard of it. I don't know if I watched it or not.
Oh man, that was a good movie. It was a mind twister though. It's a mind twister. I'm going to tell you right now, it's a mind twister. It's a mind twister. But it was like trying to figure out how, man, I had to watch that movie 4 times just to kind of understand it. But I enjoyed it though. I truly enjoyed it. I thought the guy who played in the Batman, I don't know his name. He also played in Twilight. He stars in
Oh,
it.
what is that guy's name?
Yeah. Uh, he had a great role. I'm telling you, I had to watch it like 4 times just to try to figure it out, though, man. You just thought it was decent, Charles Johnson? Yeah, I thought it was pretty good, man. I really did. I thought that was really good. What's up, Foster? Having problems with the internet, or what's going on there, man? But yeah, I did. I like the Tenant. I mean Tenant. Um, trying to think of anything lately though. Well, I told you guys about Doom 2. So um, Aquaman sucked. Aquaman 2 sucked rather. Aquaman 1 was okay, but Aquaman 2 sucked.
Aquaman's just a terrible superhero to begin with.
He was one of my favorites though, because I thought it was cool as a kid being able to talk to fish or animals, period, being able to communicate with them. And Jason Momoa's take on it, I thought was pretty good. It was different. You ain't got the clean cut blonde guy, you got the roughy looking sort of guy. So it was a nice take. Uh, but yeah, the second one totally sucked. Um, yeah, sucked. That's all best I can say about it. Sucked. Um, yeah, okay, Charles Johnson, I see what you're saying. You're saying you meant that it was good by being decent. Yes, Tenet, very good. Leo Factor, check it out, man. Tenet, if you haven't checked it out, man. Tenet. I hate the forced comedy in the new Marvel movies. I watched the Marvels, sucked. I ain't gonna lie to you, that movie just sucked. And what pisses me off is the fact that I actually pay for the, like I told you, I go buy the movie and then go buy the stream thing too. So I'm like, man, that was a waste of money. So the Marvels what's that? Elemental or what is they called? The Essentials or
The
the
Avengers?
no the Eternals. The
Oh
Eternals
yeah, the Eternals. Yeah, that.
sucked. That movie sucked too. So yeah, those those suck. Now Spider-Man ones, I thought they were pretty good. They've been pretty good. Yeah, the Marvels. Yeah, Leo Factor, the Marvels. Horrible. Please do not go watch it. I'm waiting to see X Deadpool versus that Wolverine. Waiting to see that.
Didn't they do that in one of the Wolverine movies?
They did that in Wolverine Origin, but there was a different sort of Deadpool. This is the real version of Deadpool, I think. Brie Larson, Mr. Mayhem. I'll say this. I thought Brie Larson was fire or hot in what was it? Kong, Skull Island. She had starred in that. I thought she was nice there, but in the Marvel movies, nope, nope, nope.
Yeah, I remember I saw the preview for the Marvels, and I was like, this just looks kind of sad.
It
Like I
was
understand what they're trying to do, but
it was bad. It was
it
bad.
like not the youngest one of the trio. It's just like why what is going on here?
It was bad, bro. It was bad. I actually I actually paid for them up, man. It was bad. Um, yeah, but the Marvel, well, not Marvel Blue Beetle. It was actually that's a DC movie. Blue Beetle. Oh my goodness, that was bad. I bought that one too. That was I had high hopes for it, but that was bad. I'm like, man, he was a kid who played in Cobra Kai. It's the new series of a Karate Kid, Cobra Kai. He was a kid that played in there. He played in the Blue Beetle movie. Cliff Victoria, you are correct. That movie sucked. Now, Leo Factor, yes, The Dark Knight. That was man, that was a good movie. Good movie, Dark Knight. Yes, sir. A good movie. I like that one. Uh no, Mr. Mayhem. Blue Beetle was horrible, man. That was horrible. Batman Begins. Yes, that was good. I agree. That was good. That was good. I love this. I love the music by I don't know the guy's name. I remember looking him up at one time, but the music for the Batman Begins, yes, he had good music in there. So as you guys can see, yes, I do watch movies. I'm not a movie critic, but I just tell you my honest opinion, what I think of them. A wide variety for me, except I don't do horror. If you want to know about horror, check with Walt because Walt can tell you about horror, not me.
Oh man, yeah, I might have to go watch something now.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do when I get off here. I'm gonna go hop on. You know what I've been doing? Guys in the chat, tell me if you guys do this. Um, there's a thing called movie recap on YouTube. You can
What
watch a
the heck
whole
is that?
movie in like 20 minutes.
Oh,
I'm telling you guys, I do that all the time now. So a lot of movies I be seeing now, I watch a movie recap. You can see a whole movie in 20 minutes. They give you a narrative for the whole movie. I mean, he tell you about the whole movie in 20 minutes. I'm like, yep.
ooh, it's for Mr. Mayhem. He's asking about thrillers that make you think. Find the movie Session 9 from USA Films.
Ooh,
It has David Caruso and
ooh.
a couple of guys. It's about a asbestos removal company going into a former psychiatric unit, and some pretty weird stuff happens.
Oh, I got one for you. What's
Really
that
good.
movie? Something Darkness with Mel Gibson. Something Darkness. Into the Darkness or something like that.
Sounds like a Mel Gibson movie.
Oh, it's pretty good though. You're talking about a movie that makes you think.
Edge of Darkness?
Edge of Darkness. Yes. Yes. There you go, Mr. Mayhem. Edge of Darkness, a 2010 film with Mel Gibson. It'll make you think.
Will Dafoe. Speaking of Will Dafoe, have you ever watched The Antichrist with Will Dafoe? Really strange.
I will not watch I don't do horror, and I don't do religious films or anti-religious films.
The thing is, though, it's not. It's not either
Well,
one of those.
but just the
That's what I'm
title.
saying.
I'm just saying, just the title Antichrist. I mean, that's
It's,
so I don't I don't do movies like that.
it's like I still don't know what to classify it as because it's just like this guy and his wife and their kid ends up crawling out a window because it's a baby and they leave the window open.
Right.
And then it cuts to like they move. They're all just broken, so they go to a cabin in the woods, and she ends up like they all go nuts. She screws a concrete block into his ankle, and like
Ooh, that's different. Yeah.
it's really strange. Like because when I was at one of my other jobs, I knew a guy that did like he would just pirate movies and burn them on DVDs, and he
Right.
whatever you want, he can get it for you.
Wow.
So he goes, hey Walt, here I want you to check this out, and he just gave me the movie for free. I think I was getting like a season of Dexter or something too
Wow.
at the time. And I watched it. I was like, well, what the hell did I just watch?
Okay.
Similar to like his performance on The Lighthouse,
Never seen that. I don't think I've ever seen that. Yeah.
but it's just really strange, really graphic.
Ooh. Okay. The Ghost in the Darkness. That was a movie starring Michael Douglas about two lions in Africa when they was building the train, the railroad in Africa, how they terrorized the village based on a true story. I didn't think the movie itself was all that good. I mean, it was okay. Uh, but I mean, because I expected more out of it, I guess. But yeah, The Ghost and the Darkness story about two male lions who terrorize that village.
Hmm.
Toy Story 4 is awful. Okay, confession, I've never watched any of the Toy Stories. I think I've seen some of one with my grandkids, but that was about it.
Which was Toy Story 4? The plots of the movies all bleed together.
Yeah, like I said, I've seen maybe one of them, some of one of them.
Foster's in chat now. He's not coming back on.
Yeah, he said the lions are in Chicago. The Ghost in the
Oh.
Darkness. Yeah, there were some bad boys, man. There were some bad boys. I remember seeing the movie. There was some bad boys. If I'm not mistaken, it was Michael Douglas and Val Kilmer. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mayhem. I think that was it. Michael Douglas and Val Kilmer, I think.
Did you ever see that Michael Douglas movie? I think it was like Falling Down, or
Yes, where he lost his job.
yeah. I've been
That kind of
trying to.
reminds. See, now is that what Breaking Bad was based off of?
No,
Oh, okay, all right.
no. I mean, maybe they took something from it, but
Well, that's what I see. That's what I equated it to because I thought the guy in Breaking Bad lost his job, became a drug dealer, and something like along those lines.
no, he became a drug dealer because he needed money because
Oh, okay,
he had
gotcha.
at the time what they thought was terminal lung cancer.
Oh, okay. Like I said, I be knowing bits and pieces about things, even though I don't watch the movies or the series. I just hear about them. I'm not. I haven't became. I'm not a fan of Jim Carrey. The question is, Leo Factor. Am I the only one who's not a fan of Jim Carrey? He just seems like an odd person. I like his earlier movies, Ace
Yeah.
Ventura, The Mask. I like those movies. Then seemed like the Cable Guy and all those things start going downhill. Me, Myself, and Irene. Those type of movies seem like they would start going downhill. I didn't like them as much, but those couple of early movies, I like those a lot. I liked him on In Living Color too. So yeah, I was a fan of him back then.
I didn't like the Cable Guy when I saw it as a kid, but watching it now, it's not that bad.
Yeah. Another movie I've never truly seen, so I've just seen bits and pieces of it. But I did see Me, Myself, and Irene. I thought it was okay. Uh, Dumb and Dumber, the first one, because I was younger, was kind of okay. But then watching it again and then watching some of the watching the second one, it was like that is just too dumb. The stuff they was doing is just too dumb. I mean, I couldn't wrap my mind around it. I'm like, that's just too dumb.
Yeah, that's a movie you have to like just suspend reality for a little bit. I never
Or
watched. I never
you
watched
got
the
to be,
second one.
or you got to be high. You got to be high to really watch those.
That helps.
Man,
I mean, the first one was just funny. You want to watch a really funny movie? Watch Mr. Bean, the ultimate disaster movie. He's
Mr.
terrible.
B.
There's some people that don't like Rowan Atkinson. I love him.
Man, Mr. B. No,
Yeah.
Foster, I ain't never been high. You know that. But yeah, we're talking movies. We're not really talking about cars. We talked a little bit about one particular car, but no, we ain't really talking about cars. Uh, yeah, but I'm not. Yeah, Dumb and Dumber. I don't. I don't do a lot of comedy these days. I think the older I've gotten, I've stopped doing comedies. I don't do comedies as much.
The Dumb and Dumber prequel was pretty funny. I will give him that. Oh, I did watch the second Dumb and Dumber. It wasn't that funny.
Exactly. Exactly. I didn't find it that funny either. I was like, yeah.
Like the first
Uh,
one was funny.
yes, I thought so. I thought it was, but then certain parts, it was like, yeah, okay. That was, But then again, when I saw it, I was already well an adult. So, I'm. So I can't even tell you like a good comedy right now. I just can't tell you.
I'm trying to think. I don't really know.
I mean, I kind of like what was that movie with Jack Black where he thought the girl was skinny but she was really fat. I thought those
Oh, it's
had
like
some
Shallow Hal, I think. Is that what
Shallow
it's
Hal.
called?
Yeah, that had some funny parts in it. I ain't gonna lie. Now that would have had some funny parts in it. Uh, that movie with
I just watched School of Rock the other day. It was pretty funny.
you ever see what was it? The Animal with Rob
Rob
Schneider.
Schneider. Oh my God, Rob Schneider.
Dude, that was funny though. That movie was funny. I'm sorry, that movie was funny. That guy had me cracking up there humping him.
See, like Rob Schneider is either really funny or it's a colossal failure.
Yeah, true. Yeah, yeah, Shallow Hal. Yeah, that was pretty good, Mr. Ram. Shallow Hal. I thought that was pretty good. Classics. Um, Airplane.
Yeah. Have you ever
That was
watched Wrongfully Accused?
I'm
Leslie
sorry.
Nielsen, funny as hell.
Man, Leslie Nielsen. Yeah, he was always good. I always enjoyed his movies. Leslie Nielsen was good. He was really good.
It's like a Naked Gun movie almost, like the same kind of principle, but
I miss those. Man, I miss those. Those pretty good. I mean, I
but
know the whole OJ thing and all, but man, Naked Gun movie is pretty good.
it's that same style of movie where he's just kind of talking and weird stuff's going on behind him.
Yeah, that's what the Airplane was. Am I saying the right movie? Airplane?
Yeah,
Where
Airplane.
I think it was Airplane.
Mhm. But yeah, the Wrongfully Accused was hysterical.
Napoleon Dynamite and not. I heard of that one. I've never seen that though. Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre. Yeah, I heard of
I
that.
ragged on Napoleon Dynamite for a long time, and I watched it finally, and I was like, it's not that bad. It's pretty. It's a borderline, but it's funny. Nacho Libre, I'm like, nah, that's okay.
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, man, it seemed like lately though, it's just hard to find a good movie, man. I mean, I'd be wanting to go to the show. I'd be like, man, let me go to the movies so I can watch a good movie to just get away from nothing.
Oh yeah, PJ, if you have Tubi, Wrongfully Accused is on there for free. Go watch it. It's hysterical.
Wrongfully accused.
Yep, Leslie Nielsen, 1998.
I'm putting it in our text, so don't mind the texter.
Okay. Because I think I watched it. I watched it on Prime, but like you got to pay for it now. But Tubi has it for free.
Okay. Yeah, I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure I got Tubi. Foster says Yellowbeard 1993 Python flick with Cheech and Chong, Madeline Kahn, Marty Feldman, the young ones David Bowie, Peter Boyle, Peter Cook, Spike Milligan, Eric Idle, John Cleese and Graham Chapman. I don't think I've seen any of those. Leo Factor says, agree with you, PJ. I've gone to the movies recently and not worth even going. I'm telling you, man, it's just hard, bro. It is truly hard to see a good movies these days. Like I said, Dune. I saw Dune, I want to say 2 weeks ago. That was pretty decent. And tomorrow, like I said, man, I want to take me and the grandkids to go see Godzilla and them.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, last movie I watched was Death of the Flower Moon. That one.
Yeah. Coming to America. I agree with you 100%, Mr. Mahan. Bad. And I love the first one, but it seemed like Eddie Murphy ain't even funny no more. So yes, bad movie. Bad.
You ever watch the Wayans brothers?
I used to watch a TV show, In Living Color.
Yeah, I remember watching Don't Be a Menace in South Central when I was a kid. That was hysterical.
But see, those are younger ones. See, I didn't like the younger ones. That's Sean and Marlon.
Marlon, yeah.
Yeah, I like more of Damon and Keenan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Keenan Ivory, because I'm going to get you, sucker.
Yeah, out of all their movies, that's the only one I liked.
See, that was funny to me. I'm going to get you, sucker. So yeah, those were pretty good. Come on back on, Foster. Yeah, Coming to America, bad. But yeah, I did like the Keenan Ivory Williams and Damon. But it seemed like Damon doesn't do movies anymore. I know his brother, I'm not his brother, his son. I see him doing in like love movies or love comedies or was it romantic comedies?
Yeah.
I see him in those, but white chicks with Marlon and Sean.
I get what they're trying to do. It's just funny.
Yeah, I didn't find those funny though, Mr. Mayhem. I mean, what's his name? The guy Terry Crews, white chicks. I didn't like it. Sorry, but Little Man, didn't really like that one either. But then again, different age bracket. So I mean,
yeah, Don't Be a Menace was just like a comedic play in all like those hood movies from the '90s.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's like, oh yeah, they don't live past the age of 13. He's like, how or 8? They don't reach 18 years old. And the guy walks up with the birthday cake. And he's like, for me, and he's like, yeah, and he blows the candles down and gets capped. I was like, oh my god.
Now see, Marlon, I think he does more of the physical comedy. He's more of a physical comedy guy. I think Damon is just funnier. I mean, as far as maybe it's had better writers, I just thought Damon was funnier. I thought Marlon did more of the physical comedy stuff, lips slurping. I mean, he did more of the physical stuff. So I was more of a fan of Damon though, and I did think Keenan was kind of funny. I'm going to get you, sucker. It was just all the other stuff that was funny, and I'm going to get you, sucker, though. Everyone else. Big Mama House. That's Martin Lawrence and Martin. The first one was okay. Full disclosure, I don't really care for movies where guys are in dresses. I just don't care for that. So I didn't find that a lot of funny. I just didn't. Even the Nutty Professor with Eddie Murphy, I didn't find those funny. I don't find movies like that all that funny. I think you can be funny without having to put on a dress. But just my
Nutty Professor had his moments. I guess that wasn't the original either. There was one earlier. I never watched it though.
Yeah, I mean those are the two that come to mind where I see guys in dresses, and I just didn't find those movies all that funny though. I mean, Big Mama's House. I mean, one, like I said, one was okay. Second one, not that funny at all. Surprisingly, Tropic Thunder.
Oh my god.
I know, Robert Downey Jr. got in trouble with that blackface or whatever, but I thought that was kind of funny, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I thought that was kind of funny, man. And the way Brandon Jackson fed off of it, oh my goodness, that was funny, man. I'm telling you, now that was pretty funny. Tropic Thunder,
Yeah, it's one of those movies that can't be made anymore.
right? But it was kind of funny, though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Even if you watch shows like The Office, like that would not fly on today's
Oh,
television.
Different times, man. I'm telling you, different times. That's why I said going to the show now is so hard, man, because they trying to be politically correct and make sure they being all inclusive. And I'm like, come on, man, let's not turn Superman's son gay. I mean, if he's not originally already gay, stop. Why you got to make him gay now? I'm like, those type of things I don't agree with. I'm like, I'm not saying don't have a gay character. If the character's gay, okay, they be gay, but don't have a character who's already established in turn change their gender, change their race, change all that. Leave them who they are, man. That's what I grew up on watching. Now you're changing all that stuff. Stop. And like Leo Factor says, they just shoving that wokeness in your face, and it's like, create a new character. I mean, who says you can't?
Exactly. I feel like all we're doing now is just re-releasing the same movies, like Ghostbusters.
Oh,
I love Ghostbusters as a kid.
I did watch that the other day. My fault. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's pictures like when I was a little kid in my downstairs family room with like the plastic proton pack on and all that
Yeah.
stuff. Like,
Yeah.
like then I watched 2 and I was like, yes. And then all these other movies came out and like this new one, Frozen Empire. I was like, no, leave it alone.
Man, I went to the show the other day to watch that. Now, thanks for reminding me. I took my grandsons 3 days ago to go watch that movie. I can't really tell you about it because we get to the show and I'm sitting down and I get a phone call from my alarm company saying my alarm at my house is going off. I'm like, what? So I had to go back home because one of my grandsons didn't shut the door when we came out the house. And they didn't shut the door all the way, and the door came back open, so to set off my alarm. I'm like, man, so I had to go, come back here, close my door, cut off the alarm, reset the alarm, go back to the show. And by that time, the movie's almost over with. So I'm like, all right, I guess it was okay. I really can't say.
I mean, it sounds like from what people are saying, you didn't miss much.
Yeah, that's what I was like. Yeah, I mean, so I like the fact that Dan Aykroyd was in there. Bill Murray, as well as I forget the black guy's name. I'm sorry, Ernie something, and even the lady, the lady who was a secretary, she was in there. So I like seeing stuff like that.
They didn't bring back Rick Moranis, did they?
No, he's dead, right? I think he's dead in real life.
That's news to me.
Not Rick. Who was the one who played the one with the glasses?
Yeah, wasn't that Rick Moranis? He played like the nerdy guy that lived in the apartment.
But he was only in the second one, I believe. But he
was in both. He was in.
But he wasn't a Ghostbuster.
No, he wasn't a Ghostbuster.
Yeah, because the guy who was a Ghostbuster, I think he's dead in real life.
He got dead in real life. Yeah.
Yeah, he's. But so no, they didn't bring Rick Moranis back. No.
Yeah, he was just like the stupid character that lives across the hall and was.
Yeah. He was. Yeah, he definitely wasn't in there. Foster, what is it? I'm glad Back to the Future will never be remade.
I'm glad they'll never remake that too.
Why won't they remake it?
I just hope they don't touch it. It's fine the way it is.
I mean, I agree. I'm just curious. I mean, when y'all say y'all know they won't make it, I'm just curious why they won't make it.
I don't know. I mean, they might one day, for all I know, but I haven't touched it yet.
Okay. They made Spider-Man Mexican and black recently too. That's a different character though. It's a guy named Miles Morales. It's not Peter Parker. Now, if they would have made Peter Parker black or Mexican, I would have a problem with that one as well. But if it's a different character, that's what I'm saying. If you bring a different character, that's different. But making an established character a different, I'm not in favor of that. As far as what else we got here, they've been making the same remaking. Foster said they've been remaking the same movies for the last 20 years. I agree. Nutty Professor with Jerry Lewis was one of them. I agree with that too. DOA came out in the early 60s, original. 1960. Fugitives was a TV show. Then they made a movie with that with Harrison Ford. I agree with that. Now, DOA, I remember seeing that movie in the 80s, I believe. That was a pretty decent movie. In the 80s, there was a DOA. And I guess he got poisoned or something. He had to figure out who killed him or something like that. Good movie right there. I think it was Dennis Quaid or somebody. I could be totally wrong, but I remember watching that movie in like the 80s. Dang, 40 years ago. I think it was, yeah. So it was a pretty decent movie, though. Mick Moranis retired from Hollywood to take care of his kids. Foster saying the original DOA was made in the 60s. See, I've never seen that one, but I seen that movie in the 80s, I believe. That was pretty decent. So there's a lot of, I mean, there's some good movies out there, but just none lately. So, and that's too bad because, like I said, I really like when I'm not watching Bears or looking on Bears stuff. I like watching movies, but the movies gotta keep my attention, keep my interest. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not a fan necessarily of the Dwayne the Rock Johnson movies either. I think there may be that one on Netflix, Red. Shucks, it's Red something. It's on Netflix, starring him and Ryan Reynolds. Very good movie. Let me say that again. Very good movie. It's a action / drama movie. Very good movie. Dwayne Johnson, Gal Gadot, and Ryan Reynolds. The Red something. I forgot what it is, but it's a good movie. Red Notice. Thank you, Leo. Yes, Red Notice. Good movie.
Can't say I watched that one. I mean, the Rock movies have all been pretty bad.
This is a good action movie, man. This one is a good action movie. Another good action movie, surprisingly, was the movie with what Spider-Man's name is. The guy who plays Spider-Man.
Tobey Maguire Spider-Man?
No, the latest one.
Oh, I don't know.
Help me out, chat. Guy who plays Spider-Man right now, young guy, English guy. Anyway, he has a movie with he has a movie that came. Tom Holland. Thank you, Leo. Tom Holland. His movie that came out a couple of years ago. That was another good movie. I told you guys I can tell you about some movies now. What's the name of that movie? Here to tell you guys. Extraction 1 and 2 was good. Mr. Mayhem, good call. Both of those were good movies. Yes. I'm going to tell you guys. Give me 1 second here.
I'm just trying to think. What was that Stallone movie where they got trapped in the tunnel?
Oh, with him and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, it was who's the other actor? But like they're driving like toxic waste under the Lincoln Tunnel, and it blew up and ended up sealing both ends, so they couldn't get out, and then it started flooding. And
I don't think I saw that one.
And like they had to do some he had to go through like a fan to get in there, and it was pretty wild. The best part about it was they found like these old like chapels and bunk rooms that the people that built the tunnel slept in that were like carved.
Oh yeah, I never saw that one. Oh, yeah, I never saw that. Leo Factor, you are correct, pretty much so.
Yeah.
The movie I'm talking about with Tom Holland, Uncharted. That's a pretty good movie. Uncharted, starring Tom Holland and Matthew Damon. That was a good movie.
Foster, we're not going to watch The Toxic Avenger. That movie's so stupid.
There's another underrated movie that I thought was pretty decent. It was a action movie, kind of a drama, starring Adrian Brody, called Clean. Like, you clean up, Clean. That was a pretty decent movie too. If you guys like that action slash drama movie, so that was pretty decent.
Speaking of Adrian Brody, it just reminded me, like, the last movie I watched was The Pianist, but he
I
did
never saw
another
it.
one, really good. Depending on which one you can find, there's like an extended version that's pretty interesting. He did another one with Forrest Whitaker, where it's kind of like the Stanford experiment. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
I've vaguely heard of it. Yeah, remember vaguely hearing something about that.
Yeah, it's all about like where there's people they bring in a bunch of people for an experiment. Half are prisoners, half are guards, and they just watch what happens. So they did an updated version of that. Let me see if I can get the title.
Charles Johnson. That was the first pornographic movie I ever heard of. Debbie Does Dallas. I never saw it. I mean, full disclosure, I never saw it, but I remember hearing about it.
Yeah, there's Clean.
Later, Foster.
Oh, when did this come out? Oh, it's called The Experiment. That's it.
The Experiment? Yeah, I've never seen that.
Yeah, really good. They did a movie in the 80s based off of it too, but this one's much better.
Okay. Yeah, my movie library, I have like 500 and something movies that I paid for on digital. And the last one I paid for was Aquaman. Oh, wasted money. Then the one before that was The Marvels. Wasted money. One before that, Equalizer 3. Equalizer 3. That was pretty decent. One before that was Expendables 4. I don't even think I actually watched that one yet. There's some in there I've never even watched. Mission Impossible. I got that in there. That was a good movie. Part 2 is supposed to be coming out this year, next year, something like that. But there's a movie in here I want to tell you guys about. It's called Mortal. It was on Prime. If you guys in a Norse mythology, I think I pronounced it right, Norse mythology, Thor, and all them. Mortal. That's the name of this movie. Pretty decent movie. Mortal. 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 Good movie. Revenant. I didn't think it was all that good. I mean, I've seen bits and pieces of it. I didn't think it was all that good, but it seemed like it was kind of slow for me, Charles.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one. It looked interesting.
Yeah. DC movies sucked. Even Wonder Woman. I thought Wonder Woman was actually surprisingly pretty decent. The first one. Second one, not so much. I like the Justice League, but with Zack Snyder. So yeah, I'm overall I like more. I mean, I like Marvel better, of course. But yeah, Charles, check out Mortal, man. I think you'll like it. Mortal was pretty good.
Oh man.
All right, fellas. I think we better here to call it, man. So thank you guys, all 55 of you. At one time up to 60 guys, some guys. Appreciate each and every one of you guys joining us in the chat. Hopefully you like this extra part of us talking about movies. Gave you my honest take on them. That's just what I feel. I mean, you're welcome to feel differently, of course. I'm just telling you what I was thinking.
Yeah, they got a free hour of movies.
Hey, I try to give you my take. I mean, I try to tell you what I've seen, what I've liked, and to my knowledge, like I said, the ones I've seen at the show lately, not much. Only Dune worth seeing. That Ghostbusters, I had high hopes for it. I really couldn't get a good gauge because I missed half of it because I had to go get my alarm.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's okay though, man. But thanks, guys, for joining us. Again, next week our guest is Adam Mason, and you guys have a good week. Have a good Easter. Happy Friday. Happy Good Friday. All that. Man. Anything else?
Well, that's it, man. We had a good show.
Yes, it was. It was a good show. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Appreciate you guys. Man, Mr. Mayhem, Leo Factor, Charles Johnson, Foster Covers. Appreciate you guys, man. Hanging in there tight with us till the end, man. Appreciate you guys. God bless you. Show some love to somebody else tomorrow or today. Show some love to somebody. Spread love. On a 1, 2, 3.
Bears.
1, 2, 3. Bears.
Bears.